Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption, eat faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep. I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption, breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Okay. Yeah. I'm here. I'm here. Please mute. Huh. Okay. So now it's good. Voice available. Okay. Perfect. So
Okay, so now
okay. So let me start now. Let me start again all over from the scratch. Done. So hello everyone. I hope you are fine. Good evening, everyone. How are you? I hope you are all doing good. I hope your day is going well, fine. Okay. Now let's start. So you're great. Let me introduce the things to you. First of all, please tell me that you are taking all the precautions and following all the guidelines, and you are safe at home for COVID-19. Okay, it's high time for us to stay safe and stay helpful, stay together with the needy. Yeah, today. No, now, first of all, let me just introduce to the topics here, what we are doing here today. Uh, we are in this time, we are at our homes, we need to utilize this time, yeah. Okay, so we need to grow ourselves personally and professionally too. We need to use this time basically for productive work. Now, what we are doing here. So let me just tell you about that. Talking about the growth, as you all know, that we are gathered here for a special reason. Camera quality is good. I think the sound is also good. So that is to learn something new. We are here to learn something new, to dive into the world of cybersecurity. And you all know that what all things we are like giving up today. This is the field like we are honored to have with us many speakers here, many really amazing wonderful people with us as our speakers who will be delivering some amazing talks in various topics of cybersecurity. If you are following us regularly, you must be knowing that what all topics are here and how interesting and valuable they are. So here we bring you to our 2 days virtual conference named ARPCon 2020. This is a live conference. Okay, so this is a live conference, but there is a twist here. We are playing with technology, as you all know, so please expect some technical issues. We are not saying that we would be 100% accurate with the technology that we are using, because it's not much time that we are used to it. We will try to tackle them. Yeah, okay, so keep it as smooth as we can. We will keep it. Most of the talks are pre-recorded, as I will say it before the starting, so you will know most of the talks are pre-recorded and some talks are live. We will tell you which one are live and which are pre-recorded. Okay, to avoid technical issues we are doing this, but to provide you the way to ask them, because that is the main thing that you are uh, finding out right now, that if you are knowing for some topic, if you are watching some stream, if you are watching some knowledge, then you may get some doubts related to the topic or the speaker or anything like that. So we are providing you a way to talk with the speaker of the pre-recorded talk. What you need to do is just go to Twitter and post your questions or doubts with this hashtag named AskARPCon. AskARPCon. I will type it in the chat here. AskARPCon. So this is the hashtag that you need to use to talk with the speaker. The speaker will reply you as soon as he can. He will be active on the Twitter. Okay. So now we will be starting soon with our first speaker. So the time is now over to start. Okay. So now let's take a minute to appreciate our sponsors for this event, because you can see all of them in the screen. You can see some big names here. We'll be getting more of them. Okay. In the meantime, but let's not waste much time of yours and get straight to the point. Are you ready? So, are you ready, all of you, to witness this stream? And are you ready to dive in into this deep world of cybersecurity? Okay. So, let me introduce you to our first speaker. Basically, he is a bug bounty hunter. Okay, and he is in the top 100 researcher list on Bugcrowd. So that's really amazing. He's also the admin of his own startup named Com Security, his own startup. So I would like to invite Mr. Aditya Shende to deliver a talk on his topic, which is named Approach to Learn and Time Management for Bug Bounties. So I hope that you all will learn something valuable from this talk with the speaker. So let's welcome Mr. Aditya. You can start now. We will be switching onto your screen.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Anish. Okay, I think all are good. You can hear me properly. So I hope you all are good and you are safe from COVID-19, or what can I say, Chinese virus nowadays. So the thing is, my today's topic is very interesting. When I started my bug bounty journey, how I passed the how I faced the issues in the beginning, or how I overcome the issues in the start. So the topic name is, as you can see, approach to learn and time management for bug bounties. The first phase, as you can see, this meme, the guy who is saying, "Remember, time is money." And yes, obviously, 100% or 1,000% time is money nowadays. So, casual introduction of mine. I'm a proud Indian, a bug bounty hunter, bug proud top 100 researcher, and finally, those who don't know my name, I'm Aditya Shende. So the thing is, when you are learning, when you are approaching for a specific target, what type of what you need. First, the thing is, you need to complete your needs. Then you can move with the forward things. Okay. So mostly basically needs that what you want, what is your basic needs, right? So the first part is obviously you need bugs in paid programs, not duplicates. Okay. So obviously, if you are reporting a vulnerability and if you are getting a duplicate, so there is a no use of that. Obviously, someone wants this guy is earning 10,000 per month, this guy is earning $20,000 per month. So that's the point, right? So basically, what to choose in the beginning. So when I started my journey, I found that hunting on paid programs is pretty tough for the beginners, or tough for the medium level hunters also, because sometimes when we scan the hundreds of domains, 200 subdomains, but still we don't know what to do, right? So the basic thing that you need to practice your all the skills, you need to practice your all the stuff on real time hunting. People used to say that you can proceed with the live exploitation, you can go with the low basic sites to concept, clear your concept. That's the main point. You don't need to go for labs. In my case, I used to hunt a basic local website. That's not a legal thing, but the thing is, for I need to know that how functionality works, how exploit works, right? So that's the main point where I wanted to create a real time impact in my practice life. So when you're starting in real time application or real time exploitation part, so you need to choose first thing first, that there is a low path area. In less, what can I say, that if subdomains or if IP address of remaining stuff are not mostly visited, you can visit them. So how you can do that? Suppose we can say there is an old program on Dell. Sorry, there is an old program on Buckrowd. So all you know that Dell is pretty old program, and in Dell I'm in top 10. So the basic part, how I did that, because mostly the recon part, subdomain enumeration, mostly the favorite vulnerability is SSRF and information disclosure. So mostly doing recon is like I can consider 95% recon will help you to gain higher bounties, to gain a higher point and higher reputation. But the thing is, while reporting issues, you need to make it a proper report, proper exploitation, then only you can report. Because if you report it directly, you can paste the link, you can copy the impact from Google and paste it there. So there is a no use of that. Once you get, people used to ask me that, Aditya, I got username and password in GitHub repository. What should I do? So the basic part is, if you are getting a username and password, obviously you need to log in, right? If you are getting an API key, if you are getting a secret key, this is not the thing that every key is security issue. Like people used to say that you posted one dark, I got an API key, but not every API key, not every key is a security issue. So once you overcome this, you know that what you need to choose. Because when in like we can say 2 years ago, when I started for SSRF, learning SSRF, I found that I have no idea about SSRF. like from zero. Like I even don't know the main long term of ssr, like server side request forgery. From the basic I started. You don't need to perform all the stuff. People used to ask me that how we can perform the similar types of attack that you can do, business logic attack or ssrf attack. The similar thing what I am posting or what you are reading on articles, what are you reading on main part, don't need to perform similar. You need to extract your mind, extract your brain into real time. So obviously once you get experience, obviously you will report a very good bugs to programs and you will get dollars in your pocket. So the thing is, once you get money, you need to invest that money in proper way, not to get a higher bike, not to get a higher car. Once you complete all your needs, then you can change your lifestyle properly. Because still, uh, I'm in my case, I'm earning good, but still I'm using the old stuff, old clothes. But I know that how it's going to be worked, because no one is going to ask that what type of brand you are wearing. No one is going to ask that what type of bike you are riding, right? So people know that if this guy have money, he can enjoy whenever he want. So the next point is, obviously if he can, obviously you can do it. But the thing is, when you are hunting for multiple subdomains, people say that I tested almost 10 subdomains, 20 subdomains, but there is no single vulnerability. Then what you are doing? You are greedy for bounties. You are greedy for swags. Don't be that. Okay. So go for local site. Practice makes you perfect. This is the main point. When I was in school, I used to sit in back bench. I used to make some noise, make some, what can I say, whatever musty like that one. But the thing is, mostly in the beginner phase, you can go with vulnerability disclosure program that they don't have bounties or what can I say. Mostly they do have points based thing, but you can go with that because mostly if you want to increase your reputation, if you want to increase your points, you can go with that one. Okay. Mostly people say that please suggest me low hanging fruits, how I can hunt them. But my question is, why low hanging fruits? Human mind can think high. You can think high. You can research for high things. You can find them also. Because when I was beginner, when I started hunting, I used to think for session invalidation after password reset, session fixation, this types of issue. But why not RC? Why not SSRF? Why not LFI? You can do that. You just need to know that how we can search for that. People used to know, I want to learn about ssr, if I want to learn about information disclosure, then why don't you use google? Every time I see on twitter people are mentioning me, there is no problem on that. But first thing, why don't you create your own research methodology? And no free bugs, no low fruits, just grow. Okay. The next point is, if you need a higher priority vulnerability, then surely I will say Google is God. In my case, RC is a very big vulnerability for me, and obviously, in your case, I will suggest that too. So, if you want to search for RC, not only for RC, you can go with different vulnerabilities like CSRF, SSRF. You can go with anyone, whatever you want. But the thing is, first you need to know that what is the specific vulnerability. In our case, we can see for RC, right? So the first thing, you know that what is RC, then you can search for types of RC vulnerability. As you can see, the types of RC vulnerability, and then there is a medium.com. In this case, in few screenshot and few links, you can see that there are multiple medium write-ups where you can read the RC. If you try to perform similar on your subdomains, obviously you will find remote code execution 100%. And obviously you need to know that how you can search. Not only for RC, you can, instead of RC, you can search for CSRF, types of CSRF vulnerability in double quotes medium.com. Not only hacker one, you can go with medium. Mostly I have found that medium is very good and god. Suppose we can consider, if you have 1,000 subdomains, and if you search for a single vulnerability, like only you need to find command injection or different types of specific vulnerability, like we can consider remote code execution. Obviously in thousands of domains, 3 or 4 subdomains will be vulnerable for RC. You need to fuzz that application, you need to check the version of application, you need to see for known vulnerabilities. You can go with CV exploits, you can search on GitHub, you can find hidden parameters, you can add manual parameters, you can perform the similar attacks, or using LFI, RFI, you can perform the code execution, right? There are hundreds of multiple methodologies that you can perform. You can find RC. Not only RC, many people ask me that I want to learn about CSRF bypass. So do you have any links? Do you have any resources? But instead of asking me, why don't you Google, right? I will go to Google. I will search about a specific link. I will send that link. Okay. So instead of that, you can simply go to Google. You can search for CSRF types, bypasses. You can search for medium links. You can search for HackerOne links. There are multiple write-ups. Okay. So this is the thing. While your management, your search methodology, your approach must be a proper. Instead of asking on Twitter, instead of asking on WhatsApp, LinkedIn, any other social media, why don't you Google? Google is real god, because when I started, there was a no one who taught me the business logic vulnerability, who taught me SSRF, just all the Google, nothing else. People said that no, everything will not given by Google. So if you are searching for a specific bugs, if you are searching for a specific part in application or client side or server side, instead of, even if you want to learn for thick client testing, you can search for Google. There are multiple write-ups, multiple approach from zero to hero. You can go with that. Okay. So next part is, this one is the best, I think. In my case, in first year, when I was in when I passed my 12th, like with a very normal percentage. So I thought, why not to take some good decision in early cases. So that time I have a few money in my savings. So I thought to take a bike. So I bought a bike. So in that case, when I was testing for application, I found that there are no vulnerabilities in application. We need to handle that thing. That sometimes we need to know. We are very what can I say in Hindi, हम लोग बहुत ज्यादा जिद्दी होते हैं, that we used to say I can only find, I'm going to find a single vulnerability in this application. But we need to know, we need to handle our brain that some applications are really secure. So that time I have no bounties for 3 months, and I have installments for bikes. So in initial cases, this is not fake thing, but I work in one hotel for daily 6 hours. So the thing is, nothing is bad. In less cases, people used to say, why you working in KFC, why don't you work in your dad is pretty good earning in your organization, in their organization, in company. So the thing is, when I decided one thing, so I'm that guy who don't want a simple life. So thing is, whatever you are doing, do it with passion, do it with hard work, and just, you are the single one who will complete this one. And people say that, why money? Okay, so people used to say money can't buy happiness. You know what? The people who have money, they said this sentence: money can't buy happiness. In my cases, in your all cases, I will surely say only money can buy happiness. If you want to go, if you want to travel for from one place to another place, you will need a car, right? How you can get a car? Obviously, you need to earn money. You can get the car. You will be happy. You can travel from one place to another place. If you want to eat pizza, if you don't have money, you can't eat pizza, right? Pizza is a very delicious food. I do love pizza. So the basic thing is, you have to work for it. Okay, you don't need to compare that this guy is earning $2,000 daily, this guy is earning $200 daily. You don't need to compare for that. Obviously you will get that, it will take a time. Okay, but the thing is, once you get a bounty, that you need to handle the happiness. In my cases, how I handle happiness, that once I get a bounty, even if like it doesn't matter, like 75 euros Amazon card, like $750, 750 euros, nothing. Once you get a bounty, you can go outside, you can eat whatever you want, you can drink, if you want to drink coffee, you can do whatever you want. But once you come to home, you need to know that somewhere this money is going to be end. So you don't need to stop. The happiness of bounty is really good, really very precious moment of life. But the thing is, money is going to end. This is my personal experience, but I hope you understand the remaining part. And as we know, in Hera Fairy, भाई पैसा हो तो क्या कुछ नहीं हो सकता. Obviously, if you have money, you can do anything you want. If you want to go for foreign, if you want to go to buy a bike, you want to buy a car, you can do that. But the thing is, you need to put up patience. Don't compare, work for it. Next part is how to avoid duplicate. This is the biggest questions I ever got, that I do get duplicates. Okay, so if you want to, the basic answer of mine is how to avoid duplicates is part of real bug bounty is you can't avoid duplicates. You need to overcome that. You need to gain the experience. Okay, and the key point is, I know I'm a hunter on bug crowd. I know how platform works. I know how they work. How what type of reports or what type of vulnerabilities they want. In nowadays, people want remote exploits. People want remote attacks, not to a different thing like sys and fixation, physical attacks, not that type of work. Okay, so even if you report any vulnerability which is duplicate, but the thing is, if your report is pretty good, you need to write it like a god. Like people who are in my circle, they know that what type of title or what type of vulnerability I used to report in programs. And the thing is, if you need to put good efforts, if you have a pretty good time, you can go with that. Okay, most point is unique bugs, mostly business logic. If you want to learn about bypassing payment gateways, if you want to learn about business logic, there's a currently I have seen Portugal launch one academy labs on their site, so you can visit that one also. So instead of unique bugs, see, people used to say me that why don't you hunt XSS, why don't you hunt SQL injection? These are the common vulnerabilities. If I go to find that vulnerabilities, I will waste time on that. So instead of that, why I can't hack logic vulnerabilities or crashing application in my way? So you need to create your own way, not to copy others. So if someone is doing open redirection day to day, if he is reporting 20 open redirection per day, you don't need to copy that. Obviously, you know that if you report the similar thing, you will get duplicate. Okay, the main part is study and time management. This is the real time scenario. When I had a recent call with Pratik when I was managing for this talk. So I was reading for a CSRF bypasses and Flash CSRF. So I was very new to Flash CSRF. I was reading, but the thing is, when I read the specific article, I know that I this vulnerability is very known to me. But the thing is, I don't know the name. So the basic part is, you know the vulnerability, but you don't know the name. This is the main part. And obviously, the in real time scenarios, if you want to hunt for a high time, so you need to read a lot. If you are boring watching videos, because most of the time I've seen that people having 4 or 5 hours or 3 hours conferences on the live. So instead of that, you can simply read medium articles. But the thing is, you need to so in real time, the search article. like you need to know that how you can use Google. Instead of asking on Twitter, you can just similarly use this one. Like you need to put a bug name, then after you can put a medium.com. And the thing is, if you found a vulnerability, like in I think 4 or 5 months ago, I found that people were reporting Google Maps API key, different kind of stuff. But instead of that, people were doing the same. So people are getting duplicates, moon fakes, this type of stuff. But I never reported Google Maps API key because if I'm wasting time on that, so obviously I know I will get duplicates. So you need to learn a techniques properly. You need to learn all the stuff, and you need to apply on your own. Create your own methodology. You need to search for everything, not to go on Google, sorry, go on Twitter. You can search for the similar thing. You can ask on Twitter, but once you get all the answers from Google that you have found nothing about similar vulnerability, you can go to Twitter, you can ask them. And very important part, this is very, what can I say, very depressing stuff on internet. Like people used to say that, yeah, I awarded for $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. So better you can avoid the screenshots. You can block it, delete it, leave it. You are a hero, man. You can do anything you want. You are a human. We created technology, not technology created us. Obviously it will take a time, but you will get that. If you want to earn $5,000, you will get that. But you need to like take a patience. You need to give it time for that one. You don't need to compare for everything every time. If this guy, one of my friend, is getting $10,000 daily basis, 2 days, I don't compare with him, because I know if his approach is different, then obviously my approach is different. If I invest my more time, so obviously I will get $20,000 per day. I know I'm that capable. So don't be a negative thoughts. Don't get a negative thoughts in your mind. And that's the thing, that don't compare every time with anyone. If you see screenshot, you can block that guy. Whatever you want to do, you can do that. Just don't do or don't see that one, because it obviously it was very depressing. In 2 3 years ago, I used to do the same, because when I was checking for screenshot, people are getting $3,000, $2,000. I used to ask them what type of vulnerability you reported. In that time, people used to say, sorry, I can't disclose. Current thing is the similar thing. People used to hide program. People used to what can I say, close the vulnerability name. So instead of asking for what you done, you can simply ask them what type of vulnerability you reported. Don't ask them approach. Don't ask them that how you did. Don't ask for POC. Once he or she tells you the name of vulnerability, you can search the similar vulnerability on Google and learn that, implement that. And next part, Twitter is good. There are very top hackers, very good hashtags for bug bounty, and there are methodology of hackers. You can search for that. When I was checking for Hussein Daher methodology, I found one tip where it was very critical and very overthinking. So when I read that tip, I found that I'm not getting anything. So still, if you are not getting anything, you need to learn it. You still need to learn it, because this is your need. Once you complete your need, you can entertain yourself. Once you get your good machine, once you get your good laptop, you can do whatever you want. Because many times we have one dream that if I get a very good laptop, I will do a good hunting. So this is your need. Money can buy happiness. Don't stop it. Okay. And as you know, don't stop when you are tired. Stop when you are done. And most important, the part is health. So in last 2 months, I am suffering from a very bad thing. Currently, I'm healing up, but the part is don't hunt constantly. You need to take a break, get a shower, strong coffee, but don't hunt constantly. When I set my goal for $30,000, so I worked for that, but health made me a very vulnerable part. So in that month, I made $21,000 and 500 up to because on that time I used to hack for uh, 11 or 12 hours per day without eating. Just I was drinking a Red Bull and power drinks. So the drinks and the part made me vulnerable for this one case. So the remaining money, the small amount of money I invested in my medication. So you need to take a sleep for 9 hours properly, and you can do whatever you want. Just you need to take a break. You are a hero, obviously, and you can go with that one. In the last, I will say, if you want to follow me, what you will do, I will give you hint. Consec, you can Google it. In the end, I will thanks to Pratik and ARPCon for organizing this beautiful event. And hats off to everyone. And Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Okay. So now we wrap up with our first talk of the day. It was really amazing. Thank you, Mr. Aditya, for giving us so valuable talks. It was really deep. If you have heard it right, it was very deep, really. What he said was that money can buy happiness. Yeah, it is true for many people. Like it is the main motivation in bug bounty. Like I have heard from many people that it involves money, it involves knowledge, it involves skills. But deep down, you know that what is the main motivation for that. Yeah, but health is everything. Yeah, money is not over health. If you are good, if you are healthy, you can do everything. You can earn money, you can enjoy with that everything. So that is what he was trying to say. That was great. So I hope you learn many things. I too learn many things. I'm not into bug bounty, but still I gain a lot of knowledge. So now this was our first talk. So now let's move ahead. Before introducing you to our next speaker, first of all, I will like to have some great motivation and what to say, like energy in all of the guys, all of the girls that are listening and watching today's stream. Please, everyone, stay attentive. Show your show your motivation, show your love towards the conference, for our speakers, for our team members who are working constantly for this talk. So for the next talk, before going to the next speaker, we would like to thank our sponsors. We will show you something which we are prepared for. Okay, so now let's get to our sponsor. We would like to thank them in our way. Okay, so let's start. सही है भाई, सही है, सही है, सही है, सही है. चलो सही है. भाई आजा, रिकॉर्डिंग की तो है. दिक्कत हो क्या? Okay. So, am I audible now? Yeah. This is my voice. This is my sound. Yeah, I'm audible. I'm audible. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay, okay. So, sorry for the miscommunication, guys. Something happened, so just leave it. Now, let me introduce you to our second speaker. Okay, so let's move ahead. Let's move to another great talk here. Now, our second speaker is, let me introduce to you. His name is Harsh Botra. He's basically what he is going to speak on is broken cryptography and account takeover. His topic is broken cryptography and account takeover. So that's really interesting topic here. Now, about him, he is a bug bounty hunter. He is hunting on bug crowd, and he's also a penetration tester at Detox Technologies. Okay, so now let's move on to him. Welcome, Mr. Harsh. And this is a recorded audio. Okay, so you will listen, and if you have any question, then you can ask on Twitter with Ask ARPCon tag. Okay, so let's start. Let's get straight to the point now.
Hi everyone. Welcome to my talk on broken cryptography and account takeovers. My name is Harsh Botra and I will be walking you through a lot of concepts about broken cryptography and account takeovers. We will look at that how we can use cryptographic function which might be weak in nature or which might be guessable to perform attacks such as account takeovers, perform attacks such as guessing the password reset tokens to further perform some malicious actions. In account takeover section, we will take a look at some of the techniques like how to perform account takeover using IDOR, how to perform account takeover using cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, and some of the other attack vectors. The idea for this particular talk is to give you some insights of some less traveled roads. And a lot of people often ask that what are account takeovers? Are they a vulnerability class themselves? How we often go about finding the account takeovers. Cryptography thing, a lot of people usually skip because as soon as they see some kind of hashes or some kind of algorithms, they are like, this might not be breakable or this might not be guessed at all. So this is all about to give you an idea so that you can increase the number of test cases in your pen testing or bug bounty career. And also I would like to extend my big thanks to the ARPCon and the organizer Pratik Dabi and the team for inviting me for this wonderful event and giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts with you all. Just a quick introduction about me. I currently work as a cybersecurity analyst at Detox Technology. I'm a Synac Red Teamer, Bugcrowd Top 150 and MVP for Q1 and Q2, author of 2 hacking books, speaker at multiple security conferences and chapters, blogger at Medium, YouTube at the Detox Technology. I sometimes write a lot of stuff from poems to stories, and I learn a lot of things every day, which keeps me updated for a lot of things. And so, agenda for today would be to discuss about broken cryptography, a quick introduction to cryptography and what are the broken cryptography, all the endpoints to test for broken cryptography and how those endpoints can be actually a test case for broken cryptography. We will be looking at the account takeovers. What are the account takeovers? What are the ways to perform account takeovers? Ultimately, we will go and look at the real life findings, some of the case studies of my own findings, some hack tricks, question answers, and that's it. Okay, now let's just quickly jump into the concept of broken cryptography 101s. So before diving you directly to the broken cryptography, I would like to quickly give you a 100-foot overview of the cryptography. Cryptography is basically a simple practice where two parties who are communicating or exchanging some sort of data or messages make sure that the communication happening between them is secure. They do so by using various encoding or encryption algorithms which are available to perform cryptography. Now, basically, for example, you have a message called ABC. Now, if you are performing cryptography, you might convert this message to something which a attacker or a eavesdropper might not understand. So, for example, ABC might get converted to something like XACD. Now, the letters are changed, the length is changed, and now you don't know what XACD actually means as an attacker. Right. So this is the basic idea of the cryptography. It's usually, having two parts like symmetric cryptography and asymmetric cryptography. In symmetric cryptography, the same key is used to both encrypt and decrypt the data, and in the asymmetric it's just the opposite. There is a separate key for both encoding and decoding the data, encrypting and decrypting the data. Okay, so basically symmetric key algorithms are considered to be less secure. Reason being, if attacker can get hold of any key which might be used for encryption or decryption, it can attacker can basically generate its own encrypted messages. This is mainly harmful if there are some authentication tokens, say JWT tokens, and there is an algorithm called HS256. If JWT token is using HS256, which is a symmetric algorithm, and if an attacker can get hold of the secret or the key which is used to encrypt or decrypt the token, the attacker can forge authentication token for any user. It might be an admin user, it might be some normal user, and basically attacker can perform pre-escalation or perform account takeover itself. Cryptography is widely used and is one of the base of computer applications, because you will see cryptography almost everywhere. Even if you download something, you see, okay, calculate the MD5 hashes or some other hashes and compare the hashes to check the integrity of the application. You might have noticed everywhere when you go to download some softwares, right? Cryptography can be seen in the various part of applications, specifically talking about web and mobile application, like say password reset tokens, encrypted pathways, hard-coded secrets, cookies, authentication tokens, API keys, and there might be many endpoints. Now, let's quickly see what the broken cryptography is. Broken cryptography is just a fancy term, nothing but when the weak encryption methods or guessable encryption methods are used to generate a cryptographic secret or generate a secret message. We consider this as a weak or broken cryptography. Now, for example, there is an application which generates a password reset token which uses a base 64 encoding. And when attacker get hold of that base 64 encoded this token, attacker can simply decode it, because base 64 are really easy to decode. Anybody can go and decode it if they have base 64 encoded data. Now, as soon as I decode this base 64 encoded data, I found that, okay, only the user's email ID is required to generate the token. All I need to do is to, just simply take the email ID and use base 64 encoding, and I have now the user's this password reset token. Now, as an attacker, all I need to do is to, find out the valid email IDs of the application, and now I can perform mass account takeovers. So this is a simple example of the broken cryptography, that how impactful it could be if exploited in the wild. So if there is any encryption algorithm, or if there is any encoding mechanism which is being used, which is guessable or weak or predictable or maybe short in the length, which can be broken by the brute force attacks, it's considered under weak or broken cryptography. Now, let me quickly tell you the less traveled road where people often, look, but again, don't check for the broken cryptography. The first thing is the session cookies. Sometimes I have observed that there are, very, like say 5 or 6 character long session cookie, and sometimes they're predictable. You can basically try to brute force them, or try to perform various kind of decoding upon them to see if they are decodable, or using some public libraries from GitHub or something to generate the cookie. If you can get hold of those libraries or something, you can basically generate session cookie for any user, which can cause a lot of trouble to the application. Now, several application uses encoded paths and parameters, basically to make sure that attacker cannot understand where the data is going, what all parameters are going in the data. But if you can get hold of the algorithms which are basically used to encrypt those paths and parameters, you can again decode them and see what exactly requests are made to the backend server, and you can perform a lot of attacks. A lot of developers, what they do is basically instead of implementing a lot of authentication checks or business logic checks, they simply just encode the paths and parameters, just to ensure that, okay, if the attacker is not knowing what is going and where is going, how he is going to perform the attack. So this is again one of the favorite point where I usually look, and where you can also go and look. Hard-coded secrets are often found in the JavaScript files. You will see a lot of API keys, and you will sometimes see a lot of cryptographic hashes. If you can get hold of some cryptographic hash, say a base64 encoded hash or a simple MD5 hash, which you can go and calculate the value. If you can, sometimes you get the username password, MD5 hash or username password in the base64 or some simple encryption algorithms. So again, password reset links is something that I am going to tell you in a case study. So I will hold the password reset link for that time to explain. CSRF token or authenticity token are again a big attack vector for checking the broken cryptography. There are a lot of times when people found that CSRF token are weakly generated, might be using the base64 encryption algorithm or some Caesar cipher or some random generation algorithm, which were using the public libraries. Okay, all you need to do is to look for the generation algorithm. The best deal is to use burp sequencer to check the randomness of the token. What you need to do is basically you have to go to sequencer and take around like 100 requests where the token is differentiating, and now you will compare all those 100 to 200 requests and see what are the degree of randomness in the token, and based upon those degree of randomness, burp actually tell you is it exploitable. Like you can get a good idea about it. Now, username and password or encrypted data, there might be a lot of use cases depending upon the application, what the application's business logic are. So, but these a few like session cookies and password reset links, CSR token, these are really some of the favorite points where I go and look for the broken cryptography. Now, moving ahead, first we will look at what are the account takeovers, and after that we will discuss about account takeovers, and then we will dive directly into the case studies. Now, account takeover simply refer if as an attacker I can get hold of a victim's account, I can now create, modify, update or delete anything in the victim's account. When I can basically perform any CRUD operation, CRUD, create, read, update and delete operations, or I can totally compromise, hijack a victim's account, and I have total persistence access of the victim's account, I consider it as account takeover. Account takeover come into many forms, and usually account takeovers are themselves not a vulnerability, but it is a result of multiple vulnerabilities, you can say. So for example, there is a CSRF attack because of which a attacker user can basically change the email of any victim user. Now, if as an attacker I can use CSRF to change any email address, basically I can also call the forget password or reset password link upon the newly changed email of the victim account. Now, if I have the password reset link on my attacker controlled email, I can basically change the password. Once I change the password to the victim account, now I have the persistence access to the victim's account. Now, in this scenario, by just having CSRF and just doing a little bit of password resetting, I was able to gain a persistence access of the victim's account. Now, this complete process led me to the account takeover, but account takeover itself is not a vulnerability class. It's ultimately a result of one or two or multiple vulnerabilities chained together. You can say it's more of a migrated or incubated vulnerability which arises as a result of something else or some other weakness which is already there in the application. Okay. These are some of my favorite ways to perform account takeover. These are not just limited ways. CSRF is just, we recently discussed that, okay, what mischievous things I can basically do with CSRF. Now, let's quickly see what I can do with XSS. Okay, so XSS is, what as an attacker I will do. So there is a stored XSS, assume. There is also a weakness called no secure or HTTP only flag set. Now, if the HTTP only flag is not set, it allows an attacker to basically steal the cookies using scripting like cross-site scripting attacks. Now, there was a stored XSS, there was a cookie flag missing. Now I can chain both to basically get hold of users' session cookies in a real time, and I can log it to my attacker controlled server. Once I have the attackers or the victim users session cookies, I can basically use those session cookie to log in to the victim's account. Now I have a temporary access to the victim's account. Further, I have to find a way to make this access permanent. We will look at a case study where I used the same technique to gain a persistence access and perform priv escalation using cross-site scripting. Okay. Broken cryptography is something that we have been discussing in the very first slides, that you can basically check if some username, password, or password generation links are weak. So basically we will also look a complete case study upon broken cryptography to account takeover as well. IDOR are the most easiest non-technical yet the favorite works everybody have in terms of bug bounty or pen testing, because they are usually involve very much less hectic process to figure out that okay, there is some IDOR. Okay, so assume that there is a password reset page, okay, where the token, when you get the password reset link or password reset token, it also sends something called ID equals to 1 or ID equals to say 1337, which relates to the user for which you requested the password. Right now, if as an attacker, what if I change the user ID from 1337 to 1336, and if it actually changes the password for 1336, I can easily perform an account takeover, right? All I need to do is to again and again generate a token for user 1337 and just change the value from value like from 1337 to 1336, 54, or maybe 8, 9, 10, like that way. Once I found IDOR in the cookies to perform pre-escalation and further, which led me to perform account takeovers, we will again discuss in a case study. Session hijacking is again similar to somewhere XSS. Also, you can perform session fixation attacks, where the every time when you log in, the cryptographic, this particular cookie, which is encoded encrypted cookies, they are always same. They are never changing. Now, if as an attacker, if they are using weak cryptography, the developers are using the weak cryptography to generate the session tokens, as an attacker, what you can do is you first of all look for if every time session token is getting changed or it's same. If it's same, secondly, you will look for the weak or broken cryptography. If you can figure out how the token are generated, basically you can forge token for any user and perform the persistence account takeover in this case. A quick tip over here is to not stop when you find any of these vulnerabilities themselves, like say CSRF or say XSS or broken cryptography, IDORs. Try to increase the impact as much as you can. So for example, if you found an IDOR on a profile updation page where you can also change the email of any user, so don't just report it as an IDOR, report it as account takeover, because now you have successfully changed the email address. Now you can basically call the password reset link and gain access to the victim's account, right? So this is again a good idea to ensure that whatever attack that you already have, whatever bug you already have, is it possible to chain it? Is it possible to increase the impact anyway? There might be predictable identifiers. There might be some security misconfigurations, such as like missing authorization checks, which allow me to directly request an endpoint called /admin, and I can access the admin interface now. Once I can access the admin interface, it might be possible that I can change any user's password or maybe change the user role permissions to make my normal user as an admin user. And then further, since I am now admin user, I can also delete some user. A lot of applications have such features, right? So now those will depend upon, again, the application's use case, that if it might be vulnerable to direct request. Whenever you have multiple user roles, a user, then manager, or maybe a moderator, and then admin, then the best deal is to always create a role permission matrix, where you will say that okay, the user has this particular access rights, the admin has this particular access right. Now try to violate those rule permission metrics, and often you will find a lot of vulnerabilities in doing that process itself. Okay, there might be certain authorization checks which UI will say that okay, you cannot access this feature, or this is not allowed. But if you will forcefully try to do that, or if you will directly try to craft a request and pass the normal user's session token, it might possible that it will allow you to perform the action as an admin or as a super user, as an other user, right? So basically you can for direct request or authorization checks, you can go and use an extension called authorize. You can basically give one user's token and navigate the application using another user. It will automatically keep on replacing and hitting the request with the user one's token, and it will allow you to see if you can bypass the restrictions and if the attack was successful. It's really a good extension to use. There might be a configuration with SAML or OAuth, where you are basically using Gmail or Facebook or Apple authentication or some other sort of authentication, a central authentication, which allows you to quickly create account anywhere or quickly log in anywhere, right? So there are certain things. Personally, I like never found any account takeover using OAuth, but it is possible to perform account takeovers using OAuth. I have read a lot of blogs or other reports where people found that, okay, create an account using Gmail with a victim or in the application. Now suppose the victim is logged in using the oath of this Gmail, and the attacker was able to create the Gmail account which was missing some kind of validations. Now both of them were asking different passwords, but when the user logins, the attacker user logins, he is presented with the data which was created by the original user using OAuth configuration, right? So these kind of certain misconfiguration you might see. Bug bounty is like totally unpredictable game. You can find anything. I once found an endpoint. There was a subdomain, say abc.target.com. When I navigated to that subdomain, the username and password for that portal was already saved over there. Although they were admin and password only, but they were already saved there. I never saw this particular case in my whole life, and it was like, I saw this recently in June itself. So yeah, bug bounty is again such a game where you can see any issues arising, and there are no limitation of the issues which you can look for. Similarly, there might be a lot of ways to perform account takeover. All you need to look is to how to chain those issues to increase the impact to the maximum. Okay. Now let's move quickly towards the case studies. We will look at, I guess, 3 to 4 case studies, and I will quickly navigate you. Some of those case studies are already available on my Medium blog, where you can go and read the full blog and understand how I approach the application. Okay. Since we started with the broken cryptography, let's just see how to perform account takeover using broken cryptography, how I did in a real application. Okay, so there was a program. I started to hunt on the same program after a long time. So I forgot the password of the user accounts. I basically generated 2 reset link for account 1 and account 2. I usually use aliases like say +1 +2 to quickly remember, okay, these are my test accounts. Now when I was requesting the new password, the flow was like simply request new password, receive a unique reset link, and it resets the password, right? Now when I was resetting the password, so +1 and +2 basically are the aliases, and it will say Harsh Bothra +1 @harsh.com and Harsh Bothra +2 @harsh.com will basically send the emails to Harsh Bothra @harsh.com's mailbox. Okay, so I noticed that the reset link of account 1 and account 2 looks like this, and if you will look at this particular token field over here for the account 1 and account 2, you will realize that only 0, 1 and 0, 2, and only single digit 1 and 2 is different over here, and rest everything is same. So what I did, I basically calculated how many characters were there in my email. Okay, so I calculated, say there were 10 characters in the email, and then I noticed that, okay, there are only except this %40, which was basically @. So there are equal number of character in the token itself. Then I created a new account using a new email, and again that was having some 12 characters, for example, and I noticed that, okay, token was again having 12 characters. So one thing was clear, that the token was generated using some weak cryptography. Now the next game was to identify how the token was being generated. So the first thing was like this %40 took my attention, and I converted this %40 into @. And then I saw that, okay, +2 @ should be there, but now it's like @2+. So there is some sort of reverse order going on here. And then like digging a little bit further, I got that once you reverse the email and use the Caesar cipher with key 13 or road 13 cipher, you will get your password reset token. So take an example of your victim email, say hbothra22 @gmail.com. Now you have to reverse this particular email address like this, hbothra22 @gmail.com. Okay. Now, once you do the reverse, encrypt this with Caesar cipher or road 13, with like Caesar cipher having key 13 or road 13, you will get this particular thing. simply change this @ to %40 and you will get your final example token. And every time when you will request the password reset link, the token would be same. This way you can take over any user's account just by knowing the email. Now again, to increase the impact, what I did was I performed email enumeration at forget password. Forget password page was telling me basically that if the email I am entering is valid or not. Now I changed those little issues, and initially it was a P1, but appreciation that I got was for P0 because I changed issues really well in that particular case. So always make sure to pay attention that how password reset links or how various account verification or other tokens are being generated. And there are a lot of chance that in some old applications or in some subsidiaries of the application, you might find similar type of issues where the weak hashes are used or weak generation algorithms are used. Okay, so now let's see how I was able to perform account takeover using CSRF and client-side validation bypass. So I will again quickly, these are the blogs which are already there on the Medium. These are written by me, my own findings. So I have directly used these screenshots. Okay. So I was testing a target, say target.com, and I found an endpoint called edit profile. Obviously, no, it's an easy point to find. It was directly there. So which was like looking like this. Okay, there was a lot of request body and all. There was normal cookies going on. There was no JWT or no CSR token at all. Okay, so there is something called username equals to test, description equals to some text, phone number, NT-CSRF token has some value. So it was validating if the NT-CSRF token was present or not. Okay. Also, if I am using the NT-CSRF token of my own for the victim, it was having every kind of remediation. What I did basically was change the request method from post to get and remove this particular field called NT-CSRF and perform the request. Request got completed successfully for the victim, and I was able to change the email address or say phone number in this particular case. Okay. Now, since there was only phone number change, and now there was still like, to reset the password, I have to rely upon the email, and there was no way to change email in this particular application. So the impact in this particular case is usually around P3. Now let's see that how I was managed to increase the impact a bit further. Okay. So since it was a low severity issue, I reported it, but again, I was like, looking at something on the same day. So I found that there is an endpoint called change password, which is taking current password, new password, and old this again confirm new password field, and again having some NT-CSRF token. Now we know that we can bypass NT-CSRF token. So this thing took my interest. I just simply removed this current password field and just send this new password and confirm password field. Okay, and I was able to perform CSRF attack to actually change any user's password. Okay, so basically now we have two things: a way to bypass and perform bypass, the CSR bypass, and a way to bypass current password on password change by basically tempering this client side request. There was no server side validation. That's why it was possible to process the request without current password field. Now the final request for the CSR will look something like this: a simple get request where all I have to do is like new password and confirm password, and copy this link and send to the victim. Victim will be having a new password that I set over here, in this particular case new _ password, and it was initially medium, which was priced high. Now it didn't go critical, reason being that for performing CSR for cross-site scripting reflected one, you need some sort of user interaction, due to which the criticality comes down. Okay, so again, always make sure that you look for chaining the issues. If I would have reported this change password that there is no client-side validation, the client would have asked, or the tricer would have asked, that why would a person would be doing the client-side validation bypass for himself. But in this particular case, we chained CSRF attack with this client-side validation bypass to increase the impact and utilize both of the bugs. Now the person has to fix both of the bugs, because if he only fix the change password field, the CSRF is still there. If he just pass the CSRF, this particular bypass is still there. So now in this way, as a pen tester or as a bug bounty hunter, you ensure to provide a maximum security and increased attack criticality or severity to your client or whatever platform you're reporting to. Okay. Now let's see how I was able to perform cross-site scripting to admin session hijacking and through escalation. Okay. So there was the usual flow of the application was the admin user can add multiple user with the restricted roles. They would have like some limited permissions. Admin invite a user to join an organization. Invited users can create a profile and all the users information is visible under a people's directory into the admins panel. Okay. Now, so I basically started with performing stored accesses and I found an easy stored accesses. So I basically, reported it. Now, again, something was in my mind that like, did I check for HTTP only flags? And when I, checked for the presence of both of these, they both were missing. Okay, now basically I have insecure cookies. I have cross-site scripting, which is stored in nature. I can now do without user interaction, like without sending a user a link. I can perform a cookie grabbing attack and perform session hijacking. So what I did was I basically created a stored accesses payload which will grab cookies on my attacker control server. Okay, so and there was a particular field which was vulnerable to accesses. I put the access payload over there, and when admin will go to this people's directory and open my profile, the payload will silently take the cookies of the admin and send it to me. Now, once I have the perfect session hijacking method, what I did was once I got the admin's cookie, I used this particular cookie to log into the admin's account and navigate to the people's directory. And further, basically, once I got the access to the cookie, I changed my user role from restricted user to the admin user. Now my lower privileged user has complete access as an admin. So just for fun, because they all were my test account only, I went ahead and removed the original admin as well from the attacker's account. Now, originally there was a simple stored accesses chained with the insecure cookies, which allowed me to perform session hijacking, and further down the road it allowed me to perform priv escalation as well. And it was a complete account takeover stuff because the admin has some functionality to basically change the password for any user and change the email or any users any details. So this way the impact again went to P1 from P2 initially. So this is how you can basically game up your lower vulnerability, chain them together to increase the impact to something critical. Okay. Now let's see the IDOR and cookies to account takeover. I haven't written a blog, so basically I created some steps for you. Okay. So log in as a victim user and simply capture the request with burp. You can use the cookie editors or burp dev tools or anything to see the cookies. In cookie section, there was an interesting parameter called role parameter, which was having a 2-digit value, say like 00. This was my normal user account. So this 00 value actually took my interest. So just to confirm before attacking, I created an admin account to observe that what will be the value in role for admin account. And to my surprise, and it was 11. Okay, so upon further inspection and mapping again user role and permission metrics, there were certain user roles, say normal user, the manager user, moderator user, and the admin user. So basically there are 4 roles. So I created the user role and permission metrics for both, all 4, and I noticed that the role parameter for all these 4 users were 00, 01, 10, and 11. So which is basically your simply binary bits. Say 00 is 0 means the limited permission. 11 is your complete permissions, right? So in binary, we say 0, 1, 2, 3. So that way it had a complete permission. All I need to do was to change this role parameter in my normal users cookie to from 00 to 11, and I got access to the admin panel, where was again I was having the options to edit the user's information, password, and everything, because admin user had some particular rights to perform actions. So this was again an interesting attack vector that I only found once in my life so far. But bug bounty is again something that is unpredictable, and you might find similar situations into multiple application multiple times. Okay, so IDOR and password reset to account takeover. This again utilize a low hanging attack called host header attack. So basically, when you can read, you see there is a redirection, and you can basically change the host to some arbitrary host. There are usually no impact for the host header injection or host header attack, but if you can do it on password reset page, and you can receive a password reset link with some malicious origin, then the host-header attack is actually something interesting attack vector. Although it's not critical in nature, because ultimately it requires you to social engineer the user to go and click on the malicious link. But again, it might be possible. There are a lot of victims which might go and simply click the emails. So there was a password reset page which was vulnerable to host header attack. Simply go and request a password reset link with the malicious login, malicious origin. Sorry, victim will receive a password reset link with the malicious origin. Like the original link will be like something like this: the original target.com/reset/token and the token here. But when you will perform hosted attack, the spoof link will be like malicious target.com. This will be your control domain. It can be anything like say attacker.com or hirsch.com or anything. Then go to reset/token and provide the token over here. Now, all the attacker need to do is to set up a logger on this attacker control domain. You can simply host a Python server and anything to just create a logger and see the logs. Once the victim clicks on the password reset link, the token will be logged to the malicious target.com's logging facility. The token has no expiry in my case, so attacker can like request any number of token, use it. Like it was like having a hard expiry of I guess 30 days. I did it in the same day. So but yeah, there was like no expiry at least for 48 hours, because I used it to validate after 2 days. Okay, so since the token has no expiry, an attacker can simply utilize the token to reset the password of the victim user, and the token was usable multiple times. Now I have the token of the user once. I can, even if the user changes the password, I can again use the same token to change the password. So sometimes these small attack vectors become very much complicated in nature and very much critical in nature if we chain them properly. So the main tip over here is to ensure that you look for each and every single bug. It might be a low-hanging fruit like a missing secure and HTTP only flag on the cookies, or maybe a client-side validation bypass. But try to chain them with the higher bugs like XSS or CSRF, or maybe hosted injections to password reset poisoning and things like that. Maybe IDOR to account takeovers by changing the email or some identifiers. This way you will be able to perform account takeovers. Make sure to check randomness of the generated token using burp sequencer. Try for the public libraries. So for example, there is a cookie which say that Laravel underscore session ID. Now you know that the cookie is generated using the Laravel framework. Now you can go and check if there is some well-defined cookie generator or cookie generation algorithm for Laravel which it uses default, or which might be insecure in nature. For example, for JWT, you can decode JWT token and see if it's vulnerable to non-algorithm attacks, or if you can basically change from RSA to HS and resign the token and use the force token to perform attack. There might be certain instances where these things go successful in single go. Sometimes you might need to fiddle around a lot and look for every possible way to perform an attack. So this sums up my talk upon account takeovers and broken cryptography. Hope you enjoyed it. If you guys have any question answers, you have anything to ask, you can just ping me anytime on these channels. I am most active upon the Twitter or the LinkedIn. You can ping me anytime over any of the mediums. I will try my best to answer your queries. With that, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of you.
Okay. So am I audible? Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. So now the second talk is over. I think the topic was so interesting. I just dived deep into it. I was just like lost in that presentation because it was so good, and he explained in such a easy manner in the famous topics that people find very difficult, because I know cryptography people find it difficult to understand because it involves maths, and maths is difficult for many people. But if you go into the cryptography field, you will find that it is very complex to understand, like the ciphers we have, and the maths it involves. It is very difficult if you go into research. But if you are in CTF and bug bounty, you don't need to bother it much. You just need to understand the ciphers and just find the vulnerabilities. If it is weak, you are just understanding, like for example, there are 2 3 vulnerabilities like heartbleed and some other stuff which involves cryptography to a greater extent, but you don't need to research on that, so don't learn much about that. So this was a great talk. Thank you, Harsh, for delivering such a good presentation. So now let's move ahead. Okay. So guys, please show your energy here. We are very energetic here. We are doing it for you. So please be attentive, and we have to take it to the next level for our speakers and our sponsors. We would like to again thank our sponsors in our own way for their efforts and for their offerings that this event is possible. Okay, so now let's get to the point, to our sponsors right now. Okay, let's start.
my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming.
So, hello everyone. Hope you guys enjoy the talk. So, our next speaker is Mr. Raju Kumar. So, Mr. Raju Kumar is a penetration tester, bug bounty hunter, and is one of good friend of mine. And is speaking on playing around with file upload vulnerabilities. So, after watching his talk, I hope you get many people and hope you guys enjoy the talk. So, this talk is recorded. So, let's dive into it. And hope you guys have any doubts. Go to the Twitter hashtag AskArpCon and ask the speaker names. So let's go to it. Okay.
Hello all and welcome to this file upload vulnerabilities talk. Let me introduce myself first. I am Raju Kumar, a bug bounty hunter and penetration tester. Hello all and welcome to this file upload vulnerabilities talk. Let me introduce myself first. I am Raju Kumar, a bug bounty hunter and penetration tester. I work for Senec Red Team as well as BugCrowd. I got acknowledged by many companies like MasterCard, Adobe, Carbon Black, Udemy, and many more. Before getting us started, I would like to thanks to ARPCon team for organizing this event and inviting me here. The agenda for today's talk is to discuss about malicious file upload. First, we will see what you can achieve by uploading a malicious file. Then we will look how developer validate file. In last, I will show you some of my finding in case study section. So by uploading a malicious file, you can get remote code execution, cross-site scripting, XFC, DOS attack, and many more. There are many ways to validate a file, like client-side validation. In client-side validation, developer use a JS code to validate file on client side, or on the basis of file extension, like using blacklisting and whitelisting technique. Blacklisting means denying certain file types to upload, and whitelisting means it allows a specific file type to upload that is required there. It can be done on the basis of content type, or it can be done on the basis of magic number validation. We will discuss many scenarios here, how developer validate file and how we can bypass their validation. I will show you practical demonstration as well. Let's come to the first scenario, that is client-side validation. As you can see in this code, developer are using JS code to validate the file on client side. This code is checking for either file extension is .jpg, .png, or .gif or not. To bypass this validation, you just need to intercept your request in any proxy tool like Bob Suite, then modify the request and send that request to the server. Let me show you the practical demonstration. As you can see, here is an option to upload a file. Let's choose a PHP file first. Make intercept on and choose a PHP file. Then upload it. As you can see, there is no request come into your Bob Suite and you get an error message on client side. That is, your file cannot be uploaded. It means there is client side validation. So now upload a PNG image. Then modify the content of this file. Then change extension to PHP. Let's browse this file. Yeah, as you can see, this file is uploaded successfully and it is executing as well. Let's come to the next scenario. It is a blacklisting technique. As you can see in this code, it deny uploading .asp, .aspx, .php or .jsp file, but there are a lot of files available by which you can execute your PHP code. Also, this code is not checking for case sensitivity. To bypass this, you just need to upload a file with extension PHP1, PHP2 or .phpt extension. Let's have a demo of it. First, upload a file with PHP extension. It is not uploading. Change its extension to PHP2. Yeah, it uploaded. Now browse this file. It is not executing. So let's try by uploading a file with PHP3 extension. As you can see, it is uploaded successfully. Now try to execute your command. Yeah, it uploaded and executed successfully. So let's come to the next scenario. It is also a blacklisting technique. It denies almost every possible extension that can execute PHP. It is also checking for case sensitivity. But the problem with this code is it does not deny to upload .htaccess file. So as an attacker, we can upload .htaccess file to rewrite the file parsing rule. By uploading this htaccess file, this cell.jpeg will treat as a PHP file on server side. This will lead to remote code execution. Let's have a demo of it. First, upload .htaccess file. Change the name of this file to .htaccess. Now change its content. You can see this got uploaded successfully. Now upload a PHP cell. Change the file name to cell.png. Change the content of this file. See, it get uploaded. Now browse this file. It get uploaded and executed successfully. This is a file with PNG extension, but on server side, it is treated as PHP file. Blacklisting is not a good technique to prevent against file upload attack because it is not possible to deny every malicious file extension in your deny list, and it can be easily bypassed. This is the next scenario. This is a whitelisting. In whitelisting, developer allow a specific file type to upload. Sometimes developer only check for the file that contain the allowed extension or not. So this is a wrong validation. To bypass this, you need to simply upload a file with double extension like cell.jpeg.php. Move to the next slide. As you can see here, developer is validating the file on the basis of content type. This code is checking the file content type is either image/jpeg or image/png or image/gif or not. To bypass this, you need to upload a PHP shell with content type image/jpeg. Let's have a demo of it. First, upload a PHP file. You get an error message. Now upload a PHP file and change its content type to image/png. As you can see, it uploaded successfully. Now browse this file and try to execute your command. As you can see, your command get executed successfully. Let's move to the next scenario. Developers usually trust on SVG file and allow it to upload. But SVG is a dangerous file type. It contains XML data which can lead to vulnerability like stored XSS, XXC. So let's have a demo of it. Here is an option to upload a file. Let's upload a SVG file here. Change the file extension to SVG. And change the content of this file to XML data, which can execute your JavaScript code. Now upload this. You get an error message. Only JPG and PNG are accepted. It means it is validating extension as well. Now again upload a file. Change its extension to JPG. Change the content of this file. Also change its content type. As you can see, it get uploaded. It get uploaded and executed successfully. Let's have a demo of XXC through SVG file upload. So first you need to find an option to upload a file. Go to view post. As you can see, from here you can upload a file. Now choose a SVG file here. Change this file extension to SVG and its content type to SVG plus XML. Now change the content of this file. This code will write the content of /etc/hostname into this SVG file. Let's upload this. As you can see, it get uploaded successfully. Now go back to the blog and browse this file. As you can see, this is the content of /etc/hostname. Let's move to the next scenario. Magic number validation. It is validating magic number on server side. So as you can see in this code, the magic number for .jpg in a hex format is FFD8. So let's have a look how it is working. First upload a JPG image file. As you can see, here is FFD8, so it allowed to upload this file. This file uploaded successfully. To bypass this validation, you need to inject a PHP shell code in JPG file. You can do it by using exif tool. Let's inject this code into test.jpg file. As you can see, your code injected successfully. Now change the file extension. Change it to test.php.jpg. Now upload this file. Your file get uploaded. Now browse this file. Now browse this file. Now try to execute your command. As you can see, your command get executed successfully. So move to the next scenario. Suppose your target is not allowing you to upload a file with double extension. Then in that case, you can try null byte injection there. So you need to upload a file with the name cell.phpa.jpg, then capture the request into Bob suite and replace the hex of A with a null byte. As you can see, this end with JPG extension, so this will bypass the developer validation, but on the server side, it will be treated as PHP file because null byte act as terminator in PHP, so it will be treated as PHP file. Here I got file upload to RCE. I was hunting on a target that allow me to upload a file. Then I checked it allow me to upload a file with a double extension or not. Then I found it allow me to upload a file with extension .php.jpg. Then I create a malicious image by injecting a PHP shell into a JPG file. Then I uploaded that file on target application. As you can see, after uploading, my file got executed successfully. Hosting a static website in a target company S3 bucket. I was looking for PDF file on that target. So I use Google Doc to search for PDF file, site colon target.com file tab PDF. I found on S3 bucket. I test that bucket for write access, but I found that was secure. Then I looking into the site for option to upload a file. I found option to attach an image. Then I uploaded .html file there. As it was not validating the file, it get uploaded successfully. As you can see here, the extension of this file is .html and it is uploaded by me. Thanks everyone for joining and happy hacking. For questions, you can contact me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is Mr. Cyber Warrior. Thanks a lot for joining this session.
Okay. Yeah, I'm audible. I think I'm audible, right? Okay. So this was our third talk by Mr. Raju. He has been explaining about file upload vulnerabilities. He was explaining so gratefully, means in very detail. The overall practical was very good. It was complete practical lab, I think. Okay. So I gained a lot of knowledge. I hope you have also gained knowledge about how to upload files, how to bypass filters, why blacklists are not good security measures for uploading files for security purposes. Have you how many of you have found valid bugs for file uploads? Is there anyone who has like found such vulnerabilities? And if he doesn't know any of these things, then I hope that this was helpful for them. So now let's moving on to the next talk. Before going on to the next talk, as we all know that we should appreciate our sponsors here, so we will do it in our own way. Three talks are over, three are more left. So let's first go to the sponsors. Let's first go to our beloved people that helped us for this conference, for their offerings and efforts. Let's just play. Okay, so let's get started for that. Thank you. Okay, now, so let's move ahead. Our three talks are over. Now let's move further to the next talk. Next up is our speaker, next speaker. Okay, let me introduce him to you. So our next speaker is a penetration tester and a bug bounty hunter and a security engineer at Grofers. Okay, that is a great thing. Now, let me introduce you to Mr. Asim Shrey, and he will be speaking on this topic named why you should care about WebSockets as a bug bounty hunter. Now, let me ask a simple question to all of you. How many of you have heard about WebSockets? If anyone has heard about WebSockets, then can you tell what exactly it does and what is its functionality? And what are synchronous and asynchronous requests? Have anybody heard about that? If none of you have heard about that, or if few people, any number of people, or if a small number of people have heard about that, that is great. Then it's not a bad thing because you are going to learn about that in this talk only. So, okay, so now let me welcome Mr. Asim Shrey, and let's start his talk now. Okay, so let's show some energy and motivation and be attentive here. Let's get started.
Hi everyone, this is Asim here. Welcome to my talk. And as you would have already guessed, that we are going to talk about WebSockets. And hi everyone, this is Asim here. Welcome to my talk. And as you would have already guessed, that we are going to talk about WebSockets and why you should care as a bug bounty hunter. So a lot of people have talked to me on my channel, and they have also told me that WebSockets as a class of like bugs finding in them is looks a bit complicated than the usual API and HTTP requests. So, but those are not actually true. It's almost the same as you would find on like a simple HTTP request. So if you are like intimidated, or if you are not including WebSocket bugs in your arsenal while you are checking for these on some of your targets, so you might be missing on a few things. And after this talk, probably you would add a few bugs into your arsenal to check for on these targets. I would try to explain it in as detail as I could because these are not very complicated ones. It's like a simple ones, just uh, kind of simple explanation and logical bugs which you should definitely check for. And in the past 4 to 5 months that I found it for the first time, I found it on 2 or 3 other websites as well. So yeah, I could say that these are like few points that are usually missed by developers when are they adding WebSockets into their websites. So let's begin. So as always, an introduction. So I'm a security engineer at Grofers, and I make security videos and videos on bug bounties on Hacking Simplified. I'm also a co-creator of OmniSec. So OmniSec is an app that I and a friend of mine we are launching. So it's about security and everything security. So you would get news about security, you would get bug bounty tips. These tips would be tagged, like if there's an XSS tip, so it would be tagged as XSS. If there's something about SSRF and XSS, so it would be tagged as that. Then you could also search among these thousands of tips, like if you want all the XSS tips at one place, so you could do that as well. So it's very helpful when you are looking or when you're searching for a particular type of bugs, like if you're just searching for XSS, then you could get all the tips at one place. So here's the link. So you could go to omnisec.app and get it on Google Play. So it's already launched on the App Store. So it's in beta version. So you might face some difficulties. If so, there's a feedback. So please do let us know. Like let me, or you could DM me on Twitter or on the Telegram Hacking Simplified channel. So let's stop the promotions there and come back to the topic at hand. So this is the QR code. So if you want to see these slides while you're looking at the videos, so you could go that and like scan this from your app or phone. So the first question before starting with WebSocket bugs are, what is a WebSocket? So in technical terms, it's a computer communication protocol and the different RFC, and like it's a full duplex communication network channel TCP connection. So it's a full duplex, meaning that the message could be sent from both the sides. So like from the server to the client, and as well as from client to the server. So that what it means by full duplex. So it's distinct from HTTP. In short, it's great for low latency communication. So low latency communication meaning like in multiplayer online games where communication between the server and the client and server needs to be very fast, so as to like the game feels like near real time, or like the chat apps and real-time chat communications, instant messagings, financial tickers like the share market tickers and all those things. Collaborative editing tool as well. Like if you're using Google Slides, so you wouldn't want lag between if you're two people are working on the same. So those are that. Have you seen WebSockets? Yeah, probably. So Facebook chat, Slack, Discord, all these use WebSockets. If you have played online multiplayer games, that would definitely have been using WebSockets. If you're like checking out any financial ticker or maybe live market chart, so that would definitely be using WebSockets. So yeah, so let's talk about the backstory of this, because yeah, every bug has a backstory, right? So I set out for a target for this year to study about cross-site WebSocket hijacking and the HTTP request smuggling attacks. So I tried reading about request smuggling last year as well, but I couldn't like find a bug on that, or maybe I didn't understand that properly. So I set out a target for this in January 20 this year. However, I discontinued with that, and the motivation soon faded out. But in June, I started my like channel Hacking Simplified in May. So by June, I was started making videos on bug bounties, and it was quite evident that I would also come back and brush up my skills there. Like if someone comes and asks me, I like I see what are you doing in bug bounty, so it's better that I get prepared for that. So that's when I started looking for WebSocket hijacking and web bugs related to WebSocket again. So let's talk about how practically you would identify a WebSocket. So you could identify by status code. Like let me show you a live demo for this. So eco WebSockets. So if I go to this site, so what it is, it's a WebSocket testing site. So it's an eco site. So whatever you send, you would receive it back. So first you open the network tab on this side, and then there's this all and XHR and JS, and then you could see a WS WebSocket request. So once I connect it here, so this is the connect request. So you could see that the status code is 101 WebSocket protocol handshake. So first the handshake goes and then something else. So if I send this message, you could see here in the messages tab a rocket with HTML5 WebSocket, and the reply came back the same. So if I send it here, hacking simplified welcomes you. So you could see that I sent it and I received the same because it's an eco server. So the messages are displayed here. So let's come back to the slides. So that's how you identify it in browsers. And you could, the same method goes for Burpsuit or Zap Proxy. So you could check out the status code. Even in Burpsuit, there's a different tab itself where you could see the WebSocket history. So if you're using the later version of, or the maybe 2020 version of Burpsuit, so you could easily see this. So under the proxy tab, there's a WebSocket history, and there all the WebSocket connections, you could see it there. Even like earlier, there didn't used to be a repeater for this kind of WebSockets, only for normal HTTP requests. But Burp has included that as well, and like that's quite a like very handy feature to use. And in these works, I had used it quite frequently. So some WebSocket bugs. So since we are not talking about it, but it's quite popular, so I'm just mentioning it here. So cross-site WebSocket hijacking. So it's like dead due to same-site restrictions that Chrome recently put upon in their latest browsers. So this is a screenshot from the Reconless blog. I've added the link in the slide as well. So a lot of these cross-site or cross misconfiguration bugs, they have been like dead or partially dead, and CSWH is also one of them. So yeah, so what are we gonna talk about if we are not talking about CSWS? So we're gonna talk about logical bugs in WS, like uh, what are like some of the logical bugs, and these are very easy to find, and like these mistakes are quite evident in a lot of places. So first, let's talk about what is a like WebSocket communication looks like. So WebSocket 101. So there's a client, there's a server, and then first request is for the handshake request, as we saw it here. So so as you could see it here, this was the request that was for the handshake, and then messages start to flow off. Like after the handshake, the TLS or the connection gets like instantiated, and the messages start to flow on the duplex channel. So the red line like indicates for the handshake, and then the bidirectional messages. And as soon as one side closes the channel, the connection or the session completes or the over gets over. So the first logical bug for today. So it's about no session expiration for a WebSocket user. So yeah, you might not understand what is session expiration for WebSocket and all those things. So I'm going to explain all these bit by bit. Just bear with me for a few more moments. So what, why, and how I would be answering all these. So what are sessions in WebSockets? So if you don't know what is a session, so basically a session is a way as to how so online service identifies that it is the same person accessing that particular website. So if Google is maintaining my session on this particular slide, so they identify me that it's Hacking Simplified's account, and you could see it here that they're showing that it's Hacking Simplified's account, right? So that's what sessions are. So the second thing that comes to mind is how these sessions are maintained, like how browsers identify that's the same person. So there's thing called cookies, and if you see this, so yeah, these cookies that's unique to me, and on the basis of these cookies, so these cookies are sent with all of the HTTP requests, and these cookies helps to identify user that okay, this is Hacking Simplified or this is a seam, and likewise. So it's a unique random string which is cryptographically signed in most of the cases, so that you just cannot spoof a cookie for some other user. In WebSockets, this is not implemented in most of the cases, and that's where the bug lies. Because in most of the libraries, if you go like socket.io and all those things, so they don't have it pre-built because they have a boilerplate code where you could just get on with sockets after implementing the library and a few lines of code. So they don't have that particular security by default, but you could very easily implement that. So in most of the cases, it's missed, and in many of the cases, it could be that it has been deliberately left off. So few cases that come to my mind are, suppose if there's a customer support thing and there's no sign in or there's no authenticated user kind of thing, like it's a single page, suppose like on the OmniSec website. So if you go to this website, so there's no signing in or those kind of thing. There's one feedback form, but okay, that's not in WebSockets. But yeah, there are websites where there's a chat window here, and you could chat with the customer agent on the other side, or maybe similar kind of stuff, or maybe a bot could be there, right? So there you don't need to maintain a session, and that's why the overhead of creating cookies and all those things is left out. So those are the use cases where sessions could be like left off. So next thing, why sessions are required. So this is sessions are required because you need to authorize a user to particular resources. Like this particular slides, I want only myself to edit and no one else could edit. Even like when I was in the making of these, so I won't want other people to access my account. So that's why sessions need to be required so that only I could have access to these resources, and likewise for other people and their accounts. So identifying users on real-time chat collaborative workflows. So how do we exploit these? So probably you might have some idea if you have already explored a WebSockets or even in HTTP requests, normal HTTP requests. So there are two use cases through which these could be exploited. The first one being if there are no sessions at all, and the second one is if sessions are not invalidated. So kind of session fixation attack, right? But on WebSockets. So let me talk how the setup of your, like, if you want to exploit these bugs, how the setup should be. So it would be if you're already using, if you're already doing bug hunting and if you're using burp, so there won't be any change in the setup. You would be doing the same. You would be setting the burp as you are doing for any, like, intercepting any HTTP request. So you would be setting the proxy for the browser, and the traffic would go through your burp or your Zap proxy. And there you could just sit back and relax. So that's all the setup that you need to do. After that, you, like, what you should do is you should log into the web service and go through each of the web pages and each of the functionalities, because you don't know beforehand that where WebSocket are being used. So it's best that you go throughout the application and check for every form, submit every form, and look for every feedback form, click on every links and all those things, click on each button, and likewise, right? So that's, so since these all traffic is going through, like, suppose say burp suite, so if there are any burp WebSocket requests or WebSocket calls, so that would also get logged into a burp history. So after that, first method that you should do to check for this kind of bug, that whether the session is being expired or not, is you should log out from your browser. Using your browser, you should log out from that website and then check whether the WebSocket connection is still being used or data can still be sent and received on that WebSocket connection or not. Second is deactivate or delete the user from that particular account and check whether the WebSocket connection is valid or not. So let's take a use case. So suppose GitHub uses WebSocket as a um, maybe it's for sending notifications throughout the organization, and I am a new user. So if you are a tester or if you are a bug bounty hunter, so what you would do is you would create two accounts. One would be the admin account that would create the organization, and the second one would be the tester account. So once I've added a tester account, go throughout the application, you would have these WebSocket requests in your burp history. Then from the admin account, deactivate this user or delete this user or maybe remove it from the organization. So what would happen is, since you have removed them from the organization, their WebSocket connection should expire and they should not receive any further organization notifications on their WebSocket. But if this doesn't happen, then you should report it, because this is a bug. Because what would happen is that, like, suppose there's a malicious user and they have some way, they found a way into the organization, and now you have found it and you have kicked them out of the organization. But since the WebSocket connection is still alive, they could still listen to the whatever things that are being sent on the broadcast channel for this particular WebSocket connection. So that's pretty much about this. So let me show you the actual report. So this was the actual report. So deactivated users could see some of the details because their WebSocket connection was still active, and for this they awarded $500. So you could see this is a burp suite screen. So it's the repeater tab. So as I told that you could also repeat the WebSocket requests. So I just repeated one of the requests, and this is the, like, client instantiating request. So this is where the connection is being established. So on the left side, I have just pressed the send button to instantiate the connection, and on the right side history, you could see that a lot of data is being coming from the server. So you could see that all these messages are to client. So to server is the request that I sent to the server to start sending me the data on the channel, and this to server request is also like from the WebSocket history. So from the history of the WebSocket request that's being sent to the server, you just click one of these that you think is the first request and right click and send it to repeater, and then just press the send it from there. And if those are valid and the server thinks okay that data needs to be sent on this particular broadcast channel or WebSocket channel as well, so they would start sending data onto that, and if there's something sensitive there, you could easily report that. So you could see that there's a, on the bottom right corner, secret contact at the rate company2.com. So maybe there was some emails floating on the broadcast channel or the WebSocket channel internal to the organization, but this user has been kicked out, but they could still receive the updates on their WebSocket connection once they have like re-established the connection. So that's pretty much for this bug. Possible mitigations is that you should treat WebSocket connections as a HTTP connection. You would treat as a HTTP connection because the sessions are the same and cookie is the same. Like you could use it for validating a HTTP request or a WebSocket request. So you should always invalidate cookies as soon as the user gets deactivated or maybe removed from the organization. So in most cases, I've seen that once the user is deactivated, the cookies have been like modified, but they don't have the same logic on maybe kicking out from an organization and all those things. Because in that case, the session is still maintained, but the only change is that the user has been kicked out. So you should definitely check for these because these are usually missed out by developers. Second logical bug, it's again similar to like the first one. You just need to monitor the channels. So broadcast channels are basically like a WhatsApp group where you could send message to everyone, or maybe a Telegram group or broadcast group where everyone could listen to the broadcast channel and like they are basically subscribed to that channel. So what happens is that people like the victim or sorry, the attacker might be subscribed to that particular channel, and they would be also listening to some sensitive data that should not have been sent on the like broadcast channel. So usually the places to look for these is usually group chats or organizational notifications, or like these are the common places where there could be organization-wide notifications sent, or maybe the broadcast channel is used. But you should definitely look for other places where you think that okay, this particular message was not intended for me, but it has been sent. So you could be like suspicious that that particular channel is a broadcast channel. So the aim is not to find broadcast channel, but to find sensitive information that's not leaked. So that should not be on your hands, but you are getting it anyway. So yeah, so check for sensitive data being broadcasted. Like in this particular use case, what happened was the audit logs that was supposed to be only privy to the admin. So they were like broadcasted throughout the organization, and there was no like text box or something where these could be displayed. But if you would look to the WebSocket messages, you would easily see that these messages are there, and the IP address, the email address, and some other details were also being leaked, like the browser user agent and all those things. So that could easily help to identify a person. So why this shortcoming was there, or why these kinds of bugs are there? Because like these audit logs were supposed to go only on the audit panel and only the admin could have listened to it. But since the channel that these audit logs were being sent on, these are broadcast channels, so everyone else could also listen to the same audit logs or read the same audit logs. So this is a screenshot from the report. So you could see that $250 were being paid for that. And this screenshot, you could see that the user agent as well as the remote host IP is being leaked. Some other good resources on WebSockets. So this is CSWSS by Christian Schneider. So this is a very good cross-site WebSocket hijacking detailed report. Then there's that Reconless blog, so that talks about the same site thing. And then the Portsugar Labs. So those are again good things, and you could definitely learn a lot from that. So that's my time here, I think. If you have any questions, feel free to ping me on maybe Twitter or anywhere else you find me, you could ping me there. So thanks a lot. Hope you enjoyed this, and maybe you would start including WebSockets in your bug bounty arsenal. So yeah, have a great day.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Tape my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles,
You can start, bro.
Okay. So how was the talk, guys? Did you learn something about WebSockets? Did you get your concepts clear? Did you know what WebSockets are? What is penetration testing in terms of WebSockets? What are the vulnerabilities? What are the mitigations? Did you learn everything? I hope you did, because I did a lot. Because I did a lot of knowledge in this talk. So I have gained much. I hope you also gained. So thank you so much, Mr. Asim, for such great presentation and deep diving into the topic of WebSockets. So let's now take a minute to thank our sponsors, namely Hack the Box, Offensive Security, Try Hack Me, Yes We Hack, Pentester Academy, Integrity, Detectify, Bugcrowd, Spice, and everyone that is being involved in this for their efforts and for their offerings here. And the second thing, I hope that you all have participated in our CTF, ARPCon CTF 2020, which was held yesterday for 6 hours. I deeply congratulate the winners, and I know that all of you did well. All of you played very well. All of you which took participation, you tried. That's enough. Just because your participation is enough, and you know what you need to work on, so you will work on that further, and you will surely win further CTFs if you participate in that. So now let's just get to our sponsors in our own way. Let's thank them. Okay, now we will get to that point, and we'll introduce to our next speaker soon. Okay, so let's get started now.
So hello guys, hope you all enjoyed the talk. So previously talk by Ashim Sre is totally informative. I also learned a lot and hope you also enjoy a lot. So our next speaker is Mr. Viren Pawar. So Viren Pawar is a bug bounty hunter and penetration tester. So recently found a lot of critical bugs in Paytm also. You can find the write up on the chat also. So his topic is deep diving into XSS vulnerabilities. So this talk is pre-recorded. So let's dive into it.
Hello there, welcome to ARPCon. This talk is about diving into bug bounty with XSS. Let's get started. Our agenda of this talk. Section 1 would be consisting of introduction about Hello there, welcome to ARPCon. This talk is about diving into bug bounty with XSS. Let's get started. Our agenda of this talk. Section 1 would be consisting of introduction about who am I. Section 2 is about basics of XSS, knowing role and relationship between HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Section 3 is about advanced XSS, in which I will be sharing knowledge, tools, methods, filters and mindset that we all need to find advanced XSS. By the word advanced here I mean that higher impact XSS. Section 4 is about case study, in which I would be explaining some of my reports. Section 5 is conclusion, in which I will be sharing my final words with some tips to all of you. Section 1 Introduction. Myself Virendra Pawar. I am 21 years old from Ahmedabad, India. I have completed my education in diploma and bachelor's engineering in computer department. I am bug bounty hunter and a security enthusiast. Coming to second chapter, which is basics of XSS. Well, the word XSS means cross-site scripting, and this bug is generally referred in web application. Well, we all know that web application is website and the former application above them. By the word application, we mean that an application is something which takes an input, processes it, and shows us an output. This is basic definition of any web application. Now, getting into it, there are basic three components of any website or web application. First one is HTML, which provides structure designing. Second one is CSS, which defines beautifying how the structure should look like. And the third one is JavaScript, which takes care of making things interactive, making things dynamic, and making logic work. Well, the word JavaScript itself says script in itself, which means that the code written is being executed, and this is defined by the word script. Let us understand this using a meme. First one is a normal HTML look, that how a web page would in HTML would look like. It's a skeleton blueprint, or you can say as a black and white print of anything. If we add CSS to the HTML, it would be looking like this, that something better, like the structure is same, but the appearance, the color, the designing and the layout is different. And if we combine HTML CSS with JavaScript, it would result in something like this, the dynamic behavior and this dancing ninja. Yes, ninja. So let us look into the code section. HTML code generally start with tag opening and tag closing, and between those opening and closing tags there are some other tags too. Coming to CSS, this one is HTML tag, ignore this in CSS code. Let us start from here. CSS code is being mentioned by the tag name ID or class name here, then a curly braces, then property name and a value for the property, and we can have multiple values over here, and the property closes. Coming to JavaScript, this one is the HTML tag which declares the browser that the following line of codes has to be executed by the JavaScript parser. Below line of codes are something which are logical and not just defining structure like HTML. We can understand that here we have variable declarations and something logical thing happening, which is assigning x is equal to 1, y is equal to 2, and assigning then z is equal to x plus y, which is an arithmetic operation of addition. We can see that this is something which is getting executed, which is something dynamic, and which is something executing, like it is evaluated and so on. Then one can console.log z, which will print out 3 as x plus y is equal to z, and x is 1 and 2. Clear? So this is something like basics to, and this is for the explanation who is not much aware of HTML, CSS and JavaScript, for the beginner ones. For accesses, we need this portion as our target. As I told you earlier that web app has 3 core components: HTML, CSS and JavaScript. But if any attacker has access to this script tags context, by which I mean that this JavaScript context, he or she, like the attacker, can control the HTML portion as well as the CSS portion as well, and the attacker already has access to JavaScript. So this portion is our target, and accessing to any other domains or JavaScript execution is XSS. Let's look forward. Cross-site scripting refers to execution of attacker specified JavaScript code in the victim's browsing flow. Okay, this has been said by someone who is not so famous, and I think you guys got to know that who is this. Leave that. Cross-site scripting refers to execution of attacker specified JavaScript code. By this I mean that the execution of JavaScript code is like the website has some JavaScript code in itself. Like the website generally today's each and every website has some or more JavaScript code or framework to make that website work. But apart from that, developer mentioned JavaScript. If any attacker specified JavaScript code is being executed in the victim's browsing flow, then this bug can be said as cross-site scripting, aka XSS. Let us look. Looking here is a domain.com which has some certain path and certain parameter, and at the parameter, if I enter script alert 1337 and end up the script, and that raises up this alert box with 1337, we can say that the browser or the web browser or the domain has served something in the response which made executed our JavaScript code. This vulnerability is called XSS. JavaScript was initially used by developers, and since initially till today is used by developers to make their life easy by managing dynamic contents using JavaScript, by using AJAX calls and many more things like dynamic graphics and so on. But the better way that the developers are using XSS can be the worst way an attacker can use JavaScript on a website. Like I mean that the things, the amount of good things that an developer can do is equal to the amount of worst thing an attacker can do using this vulnerability. Let us look this in further slides. Okay, I have been asked several times that why we see alert function most of time in XSS reports and proof of concepts. Okay, so The answer for this question is that JavaScript has certain inbuilt functions and inbuilt APIs which which one can use, or anybody having access to the JavaScript console can JavaScript execution can use. So the accesses bug mean that an attacker has control over the victim's browsing flow. By this I mean that attacker can execute his or her arbitrary JavaScript code in victim's browsing session. So to prove that yes, an attacker has something proved, like to prove that the attackers generally use alert function, which is this mentioned over here, to prove that yes, they have got access to the victim's browsing flow. Is access limited to alert function? Well, the answer for this is no. Alert function is just execution of alert API of JavaScript, and it is not, and access attacks are not just limited to alert. As I said earlier, that JavaScript has made developers life easy, and similarly one I can say that if any attacker gets accesses on any uh, reputed domain or any higher functionality domain, he or she can manage to escalate things to such a worst level that it can reach to P1 or P2 level bugs, and we will be looking this in further slides. Well, let us get into types of accesses. There are generally 4 types of accesses. First one is reflected accesses. Reflected accesses means it is generally a get based accesses in which the parameter has payload inside it, and the payload is being reflected in the response, which immediately fires the accesses, and thus the reason of the nature, which means the accesses fire immediately and reflected immediately. This accesses type is called reflected accesses. This is generally seen where the web application accepts parameters in GET request. In such places, reflected accesses can be seen. Second one is stored accesses. Stored accesses is something like post based accesses in which the accesses payload is being saved somewhere in the database or in file or any storage mechanism that the server uses. Stored accesses uh, is stored access got its name stored due to the nature which I said, that that the payload is getting stored at some point or somewhere, which is referred back near future whenever the resource or the endpoint is being requested. One of the example of stored accesses is comment section of any social media site. That if any comments, if the comment section is vulnerable to stored accesses, any attacker can post his or her payload and can leave it, and can leave the comment section flooded with such payloads, as they know that this has been stored into database, and as many times people would see as many time people would open that post with that comment, the access would get fired up, and this is how the stored accesses work. Now let us get to blind accesses. Blind accesses is a type of accesses in which, like, it is something same like stored accesses, but the challenge or the problem over here is stored accesses can be tested and verified by the attacker, like how the reflection is made to another side, like at the victim side. But in case of blind accesses, the attacker has zero knowledge about the victim's reflection, like is the context being break, or what kind of reflection is happening over there, has the accesses fired or not, like he like the the scenario is not completely known by the attacker, so such cases are known as blind accesses. Next one is DOM accesses, which is document object model accesses. uh, it is a kind of access in which the vulnerable code already resides in the custom JavaScript of any web application, and any attacker just need to read those line of code, JavaScript line of codes, and just need to find the vulnerable things. And for those vulnerable things, he need to find what are the input sources, and he just need to enter the payload in those input sources, and boom, you will get access. Well, we would be talking here about the sinks or the injection points for the XSS attacks. One of the uh, basic context is HTML context. For any domain on a path, accepting a parameter name is equal to VRIN. The VRIN is being reflected into source code. Okay. Uh, so if anybody has a question that why I opened the source code and not the visual uh, code like the HTML page itself, it is because that sometimes accesses like the tag is being rendered as a character and is not executed due to the sanitization. So I better prefer to analyze the reflection and reflection accesses in this by viewing the source code. So all of my uh, all of my presentation and code injection would be in such view source view. So name is equal to variant and the variant is reflected back. What if I could inject here a tag? Let's see. Now I have injected here a SVG tag which has an onload event alert 1337, which means that I have break the context, like not breaking the context but added my own context, or sorry, added my own tag SVG with an onload function. On loading this page, we will get an alert 1337. So this one is very basic HTML context one. You just need to enter a tag and certain event handler and your payload, JavaScript code, sorry, and this entire is called payload. Second injection point is attribute context. For any tag, we have attributes and values for them. For any path with variable name, if it accepts any variable, it accepts any value, and the value is being reflected into the attribute value portion, then we can say that this reflection is attribute context reflection. We can break this using the breaking of quotes like this, single quotes, sorry, double quotes, and then ending up the tag and starting a new fresh tag like I have done over here. SVG onload alert 1337. Okay, so the payload over here starts from this double quotes, then tag ending, then new tag starting, and at last I have added this B tag just to save this last two quotes or double quotes and this GT sign from displaying. So I just added this B tag over here, else it has no requirement to get an accesses. Next one is JavaScript context. If your given parameter value is being reflected into the JavaScript portion, like message is equal to hello Viren, this is again vulnerable to this can be vulnerable again to accesses by this way. Like you know that the string has been started with quotes, just enter a quote. If the code is being printed, that means you can just break the context and make a string concatenation operation by using plus and make your JavaScript code entered over here, and you will have completely access to the code execution. Okay, so I think this was enough for making you know about basic of XSS, that what XSS are. Let's get digger into advanced XSS. Okay, I have got many questions about which plugin or tool do I use to find XSS. So the answer to this is honestly, I don't use any plugin or tool specifically to find XSS. My approach is very manual. I don't rely on automated tools much. And for plugins, I would say that I haven't installed any plugin which makes me which tells me that this is any vulnerable source or so on. And I don't use any tool to find accesses. Yes, I do use tool for to find any many other things, but not to find any accesses. uh, the main primary tools that I use to find accesses are a browser's console to make my own payload, a notepad to take care of notes, like what like to generate my own payloads and testing and creating HTML file out of those payloads and testing them on my browser. Like this is basic. I don't even use burp suite for accesses. So it's like basically a manual approach, and by basic tools: notepad, browser's console, and browser itself. Okay, coming to next point, which is knowledge is very much bigger and bigger than tools. And I have a star over there, which means that tools which are publicly available, which are not self-developed, are less than has less value than knowledge. By the word knowledge here, I mean that the tester who wants to gain knowledge, who wants to gain accesses knowledge, should refer to this below mentioned repositories, which is by the Somdev author, and this repository name is Awesome Accesses, which has many uh, huge amount of knowledge for any beginner to get understand that how the bugs are, what are the payloads, what are the event handlers that he or she can use, or like what are the sources, sayings, and some awesome payloads and very good papers are also mentioned over there. Apart from this, the second repository which I more often use is risky repos payloads all things, and inside this the accesses folder is one of the most visited folder by me. So by this I mean that if you want to rely on tools, it would be completely wrong. Don't rely on tools, just build your own knowledge, and you would be able to build your own tool which would be better than the rest of the publicly available tools in the market. Like they are free, but still that they are not so reliable. And the one warning I would like to give to everyone in today's who is attending or listening to today's talk, that don't ever copy and paste payloads. Doing this will make you lazy and will make you a script kiddie, not a person who really knows that what XSS really is. So just take a note that from today onwards, don't ever copy and paste payloads. Just gain some knowledge and make your own ideology at how to go. Okay, so let's move ahead. Okay, so here I have mentioned my methodology of finding XSS. In step 1, I find injection point, like how many injection point or parameter does a page takes. Second thing is identifying thing that is that at how many points the reflection is being seen. Okay, and at third is context breaking, like as I had shown that two of the XSS things needs context breaking. If for any web application the context is being breaked, even by like the context is being breaked either in attribute context or JavaScript context, your 50% of XSS finding is completed. If you can break this context successfully, you just get assured that you will have very good accesses in front of you within minutes if you can just break this context. So this step 3 is context breaking, consists 50% of your accesses finding. So just take care of this. If you can see that the context is being break, so just get happy that just because you would get accesses very soon. Okay, after confirming that the context is breaking, start generating payload manually. By the word manually, I mean that uh, don't directly if the reflection is in JavaScript portion, don't directly uh, escape the context and enter entire payload like plus alert 1 plus and like so on. Don't do like that. Go step by step, like open that like break the context, then put a plus sign, and then again place a single quote or double quote, whatever the JavaScript context would be like, and check that is it reflecting. Okay, it is good, move ahead. Then add a word like alert only. Don't add the bracket, the round brackets, just because round brackets are generally blocked. So you doing this step by step evaluation, you would be getting knowing about much better approach of getting like it would be a much better approach to find accesses. Okay, accesses are not same today as they were earlier due to WAF and WAF, web application firewall. Like I remember that back 2 years, WAF were not a problem at in those days. Like you just entered payload and it would boom, like appeared, like the access would fire on every second or third try. So but that's not possible today as of the web application firewall. And at and due to the and due to less knowledge of accesses, many people just stop when they say a 40 when they see a 403 from 403 access denied from a web application firewall. But don't worry, we can break that firewall and we can get ahead of this, because web application firewall are a mediator or kind of middleware between the web application and the user request, and they take care of uh, they does take care of that many malicious request is not being submitted to server. Okay, so for bypassing WAF, first of all we need to understand the filtration, like what kind of filtration is being done. Like it is done on the tag name or tag event or tag value. Sorry, tag event. Sorry. Let me correct myself. Understand the filtration, whether the filtration is on tag name, like SVG tag is allowed and iframe is not allowed. Like understand that. Second is on events blocked or certain events are blocked, like all events are blocked or certain events are blocked or attributes are completely blocked. Get to know about that. Third thing, make know that if events are allowed but anything inside events which looks fishy is not allowed, malicious is not allowed, then just get understood. So this is step 1, understand the filtration. Step 2, make list of whitelisted, make a note on whitelisted and blacklisted input. Like what whitelisted means, what are the only things which are allowed, and blacklisted means what are the things which are completely not allowed. So make a note on this. Third thing, explore all possible solutions from your note. Like once you have completely notes in your hand that what is allowed and what is not allowed, you can just think and make a payload according to the resources or the set of rules available to you which you have made from this node. Step 4, thinking as a coder. Sorry, think as a coder. By this I mean that when you just get bored and you are like tired up after trying so much and not getting an accesses, start thinking as a coder, like deep digger and get so much digger that like you should refer the official logs to get the accesses. Like it has been a case for me in which I had an angular injection in which dollar eval was blocked. So I just read Angular JS docs and got to know about that global eval is also a function in Angular. Using that global eval, I just bypassed the WAF. Okay, making it really advanced by impact. We all know that access is treated as medium severity bug, but we can take it to P1, P2, high severity and critical severity bug if we want, if we wish. Okay, and here are the cases. Explore ways to extract users PII level information from site. Okay, PII level informations are very secure, are meant to be kept secure. This kind of bugs are generally avoided P1 in bug crowd. Okay, so find a way to extract users, the user mean victims PII level information from the site, which we can do by access, which will be talked in later slide. Other thing which we can do is find out any weak profile function or APIs which can lead to account takeover. For an example, a site has email change forum in which the site doesn't ask for password to change email address. So we can say that if that I can request the API from XSS which will change users email address, and it would completely lead to account takeover, which would be a P1 level bug. So apart from alert 1, there are many other cases which one can refer to report. Third case, if authentication cookies, like the website which has session cookies which maintains the user session, are available, which means that the session cookies are available by document.cookies, just grab those cookies and use it as session replay, and you would have access to victims session, and it would be again a P1 P2 level bug. Okay, the fourth block is for you. Be creative and guess what more you can do. Do mention in the comments or in the chat that what else you can do, like making it a really advanced impact. Okay, so here is our case study, section 4. Okay, so this bug is on India's leading wallet service. The story goes like, I found accesses on the primary domain, and the web app had a configuration that the user information APIs can only be called from primary domain. So after getting these accesses and got to know about this, I created a script which does makes request to those APIs, and the API responses were sent back to my server. Like I created a script like this, hosted this script on my server, and set it up a server on Heroku for listening the responses. Okay, completed. Now I crafted a URL, a payload, in which I used accesses from this and embedded this script. Okay, and was passed to victim. Once the victim visited this URL and which loads this script, and boom, like all users PII level information was available to me, including his first name, last 4 digit of Aadhaar number and PAN number, and addresses, wallet balance, SSO token, and many more things. Like it was completely a good impactful bug. And the link for this article which I have written up on Medium, is link is over here, and the same link is mentioned in this QR code. You can visit over here. Okay, here is one mistake that I had done, which I would like to mention. That after bug got solved, I got to know that I could do possibly more malicious thing, like transferring wallet balance, using wallet balance for bill payments, and so on. Basically all actions which did not require any OTP interaction were completely accessible by me. I realized that it later on when the bug got resolved. So it's like it felt very bad to me, but it's still okay that I hadn't reported alert 1 and I did something good than that. So it's still a completely neutral case for me, but still lesson is learned that go with more go as go and show as more as impact you can show. So here is one lesson from my side. Second one is worldwide known financial company. The story is similar, finding accesses on the primary domain. The web app stores user pi level information in session storage. I again created a script which does read the session storage and sends response to my server. Again hosted this script on my server and set it up a server on Heroku for listening. Send it a crafted URL which with this script, and once the victim visit this script, boom, like all users PII level information will akin to me, including the account number and addresses, first name, last name. And as it is a financial company, any financial company has certain rules and regulations that what they should be taken, what kind of data they should be take care of. The write-up would be published very soon, but this is just a case study that this is also possible. And like I can't name the companies, I can't name the company over here, but I can give you a hint that this company is having very uh, old bug bounty program. Okay, so let's move ahead. Apart from stealing PII level user data, I did one more thing, and that is I was able to get stored accesses from the reflective accesses. Like it sounds crazy, but yes, it was possible. I had did this. The ways I founded a thing that local storage had one item in it whose value was printed on each and every page of primary domain. So using this reflected accesses, I entered my payload in this local storage, and using this um, using this the payload entered in this local storage after visiting after my reflective access got executed on next page visits or on any page visit, my stored accesses would get executed. So it resulted into side-wide stored accesses, and it is also reported. So here was all from my side to the talk, and I did my best to make you understand, and here are my final words. Learn payloads, don't copy paste payloads, just learn them, make your knowledge better, and overall the knowledge would be with you, not the tools or plugins or anything else. Do not just alert in case you find an XSS. Try to enhance the impact as much as possible, as you know that bug bounty is all about bounties and bugs, and we know that XSS is a medium severity bug which would be having a pay scale from $100 to $500, but enhancing the impact, the enhancing the impact the tester can get, the penetration the reporter can get a bounty of $1,000 to $3,000 or anything like according to the program. Show practical POC. The word here I mean is like instead of writing theoretical impact that this is possible, this is possible, this is possible, like we all have a habit to copy paste from the reports that what are the impacts. We just Google the impact of XSS and copy paste it to our reports. This is completely wrong. Show them the practical POC by screen recording, by a screenshot or anything else. Show them practical POC. I want to say that this practical POC worth a lot more than just to writing up. And I have a story for this. Like I had reported three to four excesses in a responsible disclosure, and for each of them I was awarded $100. And on the fourth report payment, the company's the security manager from the company said me that they won't be paying anything more for accesses as of afterwards now, just because they don't see any risk attached in accesses. So I showed them four different execution, like four different proof of concept that how dangerous an accesses is, by stealing cookies, by stealing open redirecting the user, by screenshotting the victim, screenshotting the victim session, and one more thing which I can't remember as of now. But yes, like what I mean to say is showing practical proof of concept is way more worth than writing the theoretical impacts. Next point is practice makes perfect. Knowledge is not gained overnight. You have to invest your time and your hard work and so on, and that's all our field is about. Write clear report. Make your report clean, well formatted, and detailed. What you can do is your representation is what you are. So try to make your representation as better as you can, and it will ultimately lead in better reputation of yours towards the company. Okay, for any query, doubt, or issue, feel free to ping me, and I would be available to you. Okay, so It was nice hosting you all. Thank you. And here are my social handles if you want to contact me. Thanks a lot. Thanks to hearing me.
Okay. So this was our second last, or you can say fifth number talk by Mr. Viren Pawar, diving deep into the bug bounties with cross-site scripting. I hope you all have learned many things about cross-site scripting. It was a very basic bug. It has been in limelight for a very long time, and we know XSS as a beginner bug bounty hunter. We always go for XSS and some low-hanging fruits like that, click checking, information gathering. XSS comes in that, and many of you learn about that. Many of you use some automated tools, but have you ever wondered about XSS in this way, like Viren has told us? No, I don't think so. So this talk was really amazing. I learned a lot of things, and I hope you will also apply these practical skills in your bug bounty hunting and gain some valuable knowledge, and of course some bounties too. So now let's get further ahead. Okay. Now, first of all, we would like to thank our sponsors again in our own way. Let's start the appreciation, okay, for their efforts and offerings. Then we'll get back to our last speech of today, the last topic. Okay, so let's get started.
So, hello guys. So, previous talk by Viren Pawar is very informative. I learned a lot of things. I hope you guys you also enjoy this talk. So, our next speaker is Alexis Ahmed, akka hacker exploit. Sorry, hacker exploit. So, the topic is a Docker for pen testing and bug bounty hunting. So, this talk is pre-recorded. So, let's dive into it.
This talk is going to be about Docker for bug bounty hunting and penetration testing in general. All right, now before we actually get started with anything, I just want to clear up a few things regarding what I'll be covering in this video. So, of course, I'll be taking you through setting up Docker on Linux and the various commands that will help you get started and effective. So we'll be talking about the tools and the environment, and then we'll move on to setting up a hacking lab with Docker. And again, I'll show you how to use various toolkits that you can use for your bug bounty assessments and any of your penetration tests. All right, so let's get started. First of all, if anyone of you has never heard of Docker or hasn't used it, Docker is essentially a system that allows you to build and deploy applications and services in the form of containers, right? So an easy way of looking at this is comparing it to your typical hypervisor like VirtualBox, where you have virtual machines. So I'll get to the comparison in a second. So it is a platform as a service offering that utilizes the host operating system kernel, as opposed to typical hypervisors like VMware and VirtualBox, right? So instead of actually utilizing VMs and the typical VM infrastructure, they all of the containers, which is the name of the actual virtual machines or the isolated VMs, all use the host operating system kernel. This will become much easier to understand in a second. So the containers are what you would call like VM templates or VMs, right? So the containers contain the dependencies and the libraries that the application or service needs to run, therefore eliminating the need for installing dependencies and managing the operating system or managing an entire other operating system. And Docker containers are much more efficient than VMs, as they utilize the host kernel as opposed to virtualizing an entire other operating system. So just to explain this really simply, let me just take you through a bit of a history with hypervisors and virtualization technology, just to show you how great Docker is. So let's start off with a simple example where, if you're usually in the early 90s, the early 2000s and the late 90s, companies started utilizing applications, it could be mail servers, hosting their own websites, web applications, so on and so forth. And so companies started migrating or started utilizing the internet for business, right? Which meant they now needed to buy servers so that they could host these applications, the mail servers, so on and so forth. So typically what would happen is that the IT team would look around for servers that they would want, and they would buy an entire server rack, and based on their requirements of the application, they would then buy one with the appropriate resources. But in many cases, what happened is they would buy a much more powerful server than they actually needed, and what would happen is that utilization would remain low throughout its lifespan, and the application would only account for maybe 5 or 10% of the overall system resources. So people would always buy things or servers that were more powerful, because it was really difficult to predict load and what type of load you'll be expecting. So people would always buy the most expensive and the most beefed up versions. And the obvious problem here is that there was underutilization of these resources, because these servers would essentially just sit in the server room or in a closet somewhere, and they would only be running one application. So this was highly inefficient. So that's where companies like VMware and later on VirtualBox from Oracle came in, and they introduced hypervisor technology, which allowed you to host more than one operating system, which means you can now host more than one application on the same server, which was really great, because now they could host their mail server, they could then host their web application, And again, you could host a Linux box, you could host a Windows box. So for example, if they were running their mail exchange service on Windows server, they could host a VM with Windows server. And if they were running their mail server using Ubuntu, they could host that separately. And that means that system resources were now being utilized much better than they were before. However, the obvious issue here, or the obvious problem, was that with these hypervisor solutions like VMware and VirtualBox, you had to virtualize another operating system, which means those resources, or half the resources, will be consumed by that other operating system, and then the rest is left to the application. So for example, if we take a look at this image here, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. So here we have our containerized applications, and I'm talking about Docker, and the other containerized solutions are LXC, which is Linux containers. And here you have your typical hypervisor infrastructure, which you can now understand what I'm saying. So you have your hardware infrastructure, and then you have your hypervisor, which is VirtualBox or VMware, and this is obviously running on the host operating system. And then you have your virtual machines. Now the problem is quite obvious here. You can see that the guest operating system that you're virtualizing is taking up more than half of the resources that you've allocated to that virtual machine. So for example, if you were hosting a Windows 7 VM, half of it would go to hosting the operating system, and the rest will be left to the application. So that's highly inefficient, because the app then is left with what's left over. And again, this was another form of inefficiency that many people were talking about, because you essentially had to host entire other operating systems, and then what comes with that is the additional cost of licensing for these other operating systems, and then you need to manage those operating systems. You need to have administrators constantly patching them, so on and so forth. Now with Docker, what you have is you have your hardware infrastructure, you then have your host operating system. In this case, in the case of this presentation, I'm going to be talking about Linux. You can run Docker on Windows to host Windows containerized applications, but that's beyond the scope of this talk. And so again, you have your host operating system, which can be Ubuntu, Fedora, it really doesn't matter. And then you have Docker, right? Docker runs, the Docker daemon runs right over here on top of the host operating system. And then you have your containerized applications that are all using the host operating system, right? So they're all utilizing the host kernel right over here, which means you do not have to virtualize entire operating systems. So what does that mean? That means, number one, they're faster loading speeds and startup speeds. Secondly, much better system resource consumption and utilization. And you can see in the case of these two, both of these setups have the same hardware infrastructure and configuration, which means, for example, they both have 8 gigs of RAM, dual core CPU, and you can see that in the case of containers, you can run more. You can actually run twice the amount of containerized applications than you can VMs with the same configuration. So it's a much improved efficiency. Now that we understand the difference between Docker and traditional hypervisors, we can actually start taking a look at the advantages of using Docker for pen testing and bug bounty hunting. Right. So as I've mentioned, Docker works on Linux, Windows, Mac OS. So it provides you a multi-platform solution or base for running containers. So you can run your tools and environments on multiple operating systems. And because of the ability to containerize configurations and to have the containerized systems, you now have the Kali Linux and Parrot OS images, and I'll talk about the difference between images and containers in a second, with full repository support, which means you can easily set up multiple instances of Kali and Parrot, and set them up with your own configuration. You then also have your containerized vulnerable web applications like the OWASP Juice Shop, the DAM vulnerable web application that can be used for training and learning. Right, so you can easily set them up for students if you're currently hosting a CTF, and this will all become apparent when we take a look at the practical aspect here. All right, you then have your pen testing and bug bounty toolkits, which I currently set up. And the reason I set up a bug bounty toolkit for myself with Docker is because whenever I'm performing a penetration test, I usually set up a cloud instance, which means I want the exact same configuration of tools wherever or whenever I set up a new cloud instance. And it was really becoming quite cumbersome installing all the tools manually. Even if I created a bash script to install them, it was really inconvenient because in one event, one application or one script would require a few more dependencies if it was updated. So I was, around this time I was also using Linux containers quite a bit, and I really liked the application of containerizing environments that you can then deploy on multiple computers, and it will remain the exact same in terms of functionality. You won't have to do anything else. You just plug and play and you have the exact same toolkit that you had on your laptop at home, right? And then winding off, Docker is extremely resource efficient, and the tools and images can be easily updated and pushed to all the users who use them. All right, so that concludes the presentation aspect. I'm not going to get started with the practical demonstration, so I'm just going to bring up my VM here, and we'll go into my terminal. So I'm currently running this on a VPS, and the reason for that is because there's much faster internet speed. So again, getting started, we first want to take a look at installing Docker and then enabling the service. So let's do that right now. So I'm currently running Ubuntu here, and you can see my kernel version is version 4.15. This is Ubuntu 18.04 LTS. And let me just clear this up, and I'll increase the size of the font here so that everything is visible clearly. All right, so to install it, we use the aptitude package manager. So you can also use Pacman if you're using an Arch-based distribution. So apt install, docker.io, right? And you want to hit enter, and I already have it installed. The second thing you need to do is you need to enable and start the service so that the Docker daemon is running. All right, so we use system control, and you can then say enable Docker, and I hit enter, and Docker is already enabled on my system, so that means it will run at startup. I highly recommend that you do this if you start using Docker regularly, and then I want to start the service, and then I can say system control status Docker, right? And that gives me the status of the Docker service. You can currently see that it's active, it's loaded and active, and it's running. So that means we can now utilize Docker. All right, so I'll take you through the essentials now. So first of all, let's talk about Docker images and containers, right? So Docker images are essentially just your VM templates, right? So these are environments that are pre-built and can be easily downloaded and then turned into containers, right? So again, you can find Docker images on the Docker Hub, right? So the Docker Hub is like a repository for all Docker images that are publicly available. So for example, if I wanted to look for the Ubuntu Docker image, I would simply search for Ubuntu. If I wanted to run a container running Ubuntu, I just hit Ubuntu here, and that will take me to the official Ubuntu Docker page here on the Docker Hub, and it gives me instructions on how to pull this Docker image, right? So let's talk about that right now. So as I said, we have Docker images and we have Docker containers. To view your Docker images, we type in Docker images, right? And that gives me a list of all the images that I have. You can look at your Docker images as ISO files, right? Or installation files for VMs, except they're already pre-configured and you don't have to do anything at all. So a better example or a better analogy of looking at is looking at Docker images as OVA or OVF files for VirtualBox, right? So you just set them up and it's much faster. It immediately sets up the container and you now have an environment. So in my case, I have OWASP Juice Shop, Kali Linux rolling, the bug bounty toolkit that I created, ParrotSec or ParrotOS, and the damn vulnerable web application. All right, so these are the images that I can use to create containers, right? And to do that, if I list my current containers that I have running, and to do that, I type in docker PSA, you can see we have 0 containers currently running, which are your VMs now, but nothing is running. And the important thing to take a look at when you're taking a look at your images is you have your repository name and the image ID. So the image ID is a unique identifier that will also be there with containers. You'll have unique container IDs. This will allow you to uniquely identify your images because you can also install various versions of images. So for example, if I say Docker pull, and I'm pulling from the Docker Hub repository, so I say Docker pull, if I say Ubuntu and I hit enter, that's going to pull the latest version of Ubuntu, right? So I'm just going to wait for that to pull, and there we are. So now if I say Docker images to list my images, you can see we have Ubuntu and this is running the latest version, which is 20.04. If I want to pull version 16.04, I can also do that by saying Docker pull Ubuntu 16.04. And to do that, I would need to use the colon here. So 16.04 16.04 and I hit enter, and that's going to pull Ubuntu version 16.04, which means I now have two versions that I can set up. All right, so again, Docker images. Let's say I want to run a container, for Ubuntu 16.04. So I'll just copy the image ID here, the unique image identifier. And to get started, if I want to run a container from an image, I simply type in docker run, and then I specify various arguments. So in the case of Ubuntu, this is an environment that I can actually interact with using an interactive terminal or a TTY session. So to specify that I want to interact with this container through a terminal, I type in IT, so that means interactive session, and then I can specify a name for this container. In this case, I'll just call it test, right? And then I specify the container, the image ID, which I just paste in, and then I specify the shell that I want to use. In this case, is going to be bash. I'll just specify the absolute route to bash, and I hit enter. And you will see now that I'm currently logged in on that container. So this is the Ubuntu container. And I can confirm that by typing in cat etc issue. And you can see it's running Ubuntu 16.04 LTS. So I'm currently in that container. And now, because I'm in that container, I can do whatever I want. And this is essentially like a VM, right? And the interesting thing is, remember, it's sharing my host operating system kernel. So it's sharing my host OS kernel, which is version 4.15. Okay, so now I can do, pretty much whatever I want, and it's a fully isolated container or a VM, which means anything I do in here doesn't affect the system, and it's currently persistent, which means this container is going to be saved, and any work that I've done, any files that I've stored on it will be available. So for example, if I just go into my home directory and I say vim test.txt, and I don't have vim installed, so I'll just install that apt, so I'll say apt update and apt upgrade. Let me just upgrade my packages as well. Sorry, let me just correct that command here. There we are, and then I'll install vim in a second here, and we'll just create a file with a bit of content. So there we are, just run an upgrade here. That's going to upgrade any of the packages. There we are, and now I can say apt install vim, and that's going to take about 54 megabytes. That's fine. That's going to set up vim for me now, and there we are. I'll just run the previous command where I created the file, and I'll just say this is some text data, and I'll save that. And now when I want to exit from a container, I hit exit, right? And that's going to take me back to my host operating system. So now that we've talked about images, now we have our containers, and to list our containers, we say docker psa, and you can now see, if I reduce my font size, the container is listed here. And remember, we give it a name, and the name is also specified. So it gives us the container ID and the image that was used to create this container, and the command that we ran with it, which is bin bash, and the status. This is very important. The status tells you whether the container is currently running or is in an exited state, which means it's shut down. In our case, you can see it's telling us that the container is in an exited state, which means it's currently not running. And again, if we want to start up the container again, we say docker. Now we specify the container option. So docker container start, and then we specify the name of the container, or you can specify the container ID. We hit enter, that's going to start it, right? But it's not going to take us into that container or log us into that container. However, if we hit docker psa, you can now see the status is telling us that it's up, right? And it gives you the history of how long it's been up. In this case, it's 9 seconds. If we hit it again, it's now 17 seconds, so on and so forth. So the container is currently running. And to attach ourselves to it, or to log in, or to actually get a terminal session, we need to say docker container attach. Sorry, that is attach here, and we specify the name of the container or the container ID, and that is going to log us in. There we are. So now again, we can check the directory, the home directory where I created the test file, and there we are. You can now see we have the test.txt file that we created. So the changes have been persisted, right? And again, you can also create containers that you can use one time, and then after you're done, or once you exit from the container, it actually just deletes the container for you. And to do that, we use the docker rm command. So again, if I just want to delete this container, so I say docker remove or rm, and I say test, right? And that's going to exit. So now if I list my containers, you can now see we have no containers running. All right. Now that we have that done, we can actually start taking a look at various tools that we can set up now that we understand the basics of using it. So first of all, I want to start off with Kali, and you can find Kali on the Docker Hub. All you need to do is type in Kali, and you're typically looking for the rolling version, which has the latest repositories. Again, so to pull it, you just copy the docker pull command here. And since I already have it pulled, or because it's actually updated, so I'll just pull it one more time just to make sure that I have the latest image. Yeah, so I do have the latest image. So again, running it is very simple. It's very similar to Ubuntu. We simply say run. And now, because I want to delete the container once I'm done, I specify IT for an interactive terminal, and then I specify RM. That will ensure that the container is deleted once it's in an exited state, right? And then I specify the Kali Linux image, right? So let me just get the ID of the image, which is right over here. So that is the unique image ID. So docker run IT RM, and I will then want to specify a name here. So again, I'll just specify name, and we'll just say this is a test, and we'll specify the ID and bin bash, right? And I hit enter, and there we are. So now we are currently in the Kali box, and again, I can confirm this by saying cat etc issue. Apologies for that. There we are, cat etc issue, and we're currently running Kali Linux rolling edition. So now that we have access to the Kali repositories, this Kali image doesn't have any tools installed, so you need to configure it to your to what you would prefer. So again, I can say apt update, and then I can install all the tools that I want, for example. And this is the great thing about running Docker, is the images are lightweight, and you can set up only the tools that you're going to use. So apt install, let's say I wanted to install a few bug bounty tools, I can say I want nmap. Let's see, we can install FIES as well, DNS enum, and we have GoBuster. And this is the great thing of having the Kali repositories, is you can install all of these tools with one click. And if you run it on a VPS, the internet connection is extremely fast, and you can set all of these tools up relatively quickly. All right, so I'll wait for this to install. So it's installing quite a few tools. And you can see how easy it is for me to set up an instance with all the tools that I need. But this is still cumbersome because I need to install them. So again, if we type in GoBuster, that works. And maybe I wanted to install something like WordPress scan. And you can see it's extremely easy. I don't need to do any setup, install any dependencies. The repositories automatically do that for me. And there we are. It just takes a few seconds. And now I have an environment that I can use, and one that is tailored to what I need, as opposed to a system that has tools that you probably will not use or will rarely end up using. So there we are. So that's how to use Kali. Now, because I specified the RM option, you can now see that after the container is in an exited state, it is currently not running, which is what it's currently not running. And it got deleted, which is exactly what we want. We don't want a persistent session of a box that we used for pen testing. So let's talk about Parrot OS. Parrot OS comes with a few tools. As you can see, the size is huge. It's about 4.7 gigs. And again, to run it, we can run the previous command and just remove the Kali ID here and replace it with the Parrot OS image ID. So there we are, we hit enter, and we're now in Parrot OS, and we get the familiar Parrot OS terminal. And we can now, because I think we have the tools installed, nmap is available. We have WordPress scan also set up, so we'll wait for that to load. And there we are. Joom scan, do we have a GoBuster? Let's see if we have GoBuster. So we don't have GoBuster installed. So you might have to install the tools that are currently missing, but Parrot has done a very good job. I'll give them credit. They've done a better job than Kali, because Kali doesn't install anything for you, which I understand. They actually use this for custom images and solutions that you might want to use if you're hosting a CTF and you want to install only a certain or specific tools. So again, Parrot OS is quite good. You have access to the Parrot repos. Let's see if we have GoBuster here. So apt, I'm not really sure whether the Parrot OS has the Parrot. Yeah, so you can see in the case of the Parrot of Parrot OS, I've actually updated my repositories here. Let me just update the Parrot repositories, because I think it does have GoBuster. There we are. Yes, so it does have GoBuster. So again, you can install the tools that are currently missing. And both the Kali and the Parrot OS repositories are extremely useful, and they have multiple tools that you can use to set up your own environment and use in pen tests or bug bounty assessments. And it's much better because, you know, for example, in my case, I can have all my tools running in one terminal, and then of course I can run my proxy, which is burp or OWASP shop, on the host operating system, and I don't need to use any VMs or anything, you know, like that will take up huge amounts of system resources. So this is quite excellent that way. All right, now let's take a look at the bug bounty toolkit, which is the toolkit that I set up and has all of the tools that you'd use in a bug bounty assessment or when you're performing bug bounty hunting. And you can find this on this repository here. So github.com, Alexis Ahmed, and bug bounty toolkit. And again, you can pull the image. You also have the Docker file on my repository, so you can customize the Docker file. The Docker file essentially just contains all the instructions to build the Docker image. So you can see it contains all the tool installation and dependency setups. So again, you can also find this on the Docker Hub. So bug bounty toolkit. I'll just search for it here. It should be the first option. There we are, hack exploit bug bounty toolkit. And it was just updated a few days ago, and this is the list of tools that it currently has. So you know, bucket finder, DNS recon, dir search, mass DNS, Nikto, recon ng, all set up and ready to go. So I already have the latest version, but I'll just pull it one more time, and we can then start talking about the pen testing environments and setting up your own virtual hacking lab. All right, so now that we have the image, I say Docker images, sorry. My apologies, my keyboard is right in front of my microphone here. So Docker images, and there we are. We have the bug bounty toolkit, so I'll just copy that. So Docker run, I'll just specify the IT option first, and then RM, and we specify the name or the image ID here, and that is IT, and we specify bin bash. I also have a Z shell or these ZSH. So again, bin bash, there we are, and we're now in the bug bounty toolkit. So if I list my current home directory, you can see we have the toolkit directory. I also have the seclist word list configured. So again, if I can run any of the tools that you typically use for bug bounty. So dir search, for example, recon ng is fully set up and can be used without any dependencies needing to be installed. There we are. Also have nmap setup, Nikto, and all of the other tools that you can check out. So again, you can see there's no end to the environments that you can set up with the tools that you require, and there's multiple toolkits out there, you know, for various things like Android pen testing, reverse engineering of Android applications. So all, you know, tools like APK tool, so on and so forth. Right, so you can see we have plenty of environments that you can set up. Now, the real power of Docker comes from DevOps, right? Because this is where Docker is usually deployed the most. So, you know, DevOps companies or companies that develop web applications, the problem that they usually had was when they sell these web applications to companies, they need to also send installation instructions and setup instructions. Most of you already know this. So let's say I want to buy a web application for my business, and let's say it is a reservations booking system, and so what will happen is the developer will send me a whole list of instructions or installation instructions that need to be done before I can actually set that web app up. You know, stuff like installing PHP, MySQL, Apache, you know, essentially setting up the LAMP stack and then installing all the dependencies, which is extremely cumbersome for customers or clients because it can become, extremely difficult for them to set it up, and they often then have to get the developer to set it up for them. And this wastes the developer's time, and the developer then has to, communicate with the clients, and this becomes a real mess. So Docker has really shined in the DevOps community because you can essentially build a Docker image once with all the dependencies that the application needs, and you can deploy it 1,000,000 times without having to set up a single thing. Now, a common example of this is, of course, vulnerable web applications, right? So, for example, OWASP shop And you can find all the vulnerable web applications under OWASP.org under Project Vulnerable Web Applications directory, and you have a list of all of them. So you have offline, the online version, so you have the OWASP NetGoat, CloudGoat, like you have tons of them that you can set up to learn bug bounty hunting, to also, set up CTFs. And in the case of OWASP View Shop, you need to install a few, quite a few dependencies. So again, it becomes quite cumbersome setting it up over and over. And when you're learning, the last thing you want to be doing is taking more than 1 hour setting up your environment, right? So again, it really is very, very simple. All you need to do is say Docker pull, just pull the image, and then right at the bottom here of the repository, it gives you instructions on actually deploying it with Docker. And in this case, we'll also be exposing this image to the internet through a particular port because it's running a web application. And with Docker images that host web applications as opposed to entire systems, you don't need to interact with them via terminal, because all you need to do is just run them once. And once they're running, you then, because you're exposing the IP onto the internet, you can easily then access it through a URL like so. So again, I'll just pull the image and I'll show you this right now. As opposed to installing, all the dependencies, setting up a LAMP stack, this is how easy it is to do it with Docker. So I pull the image, I say Docker images, and I have the View Shop right over there. I just copy it. So I say Docker run, and then I specify RM. So I want to delete the container once I'm done, or once this is an exited state. And then I specify my port options, right? So the port options are quite simple to understand. The first port that you specify is your local port, so on what interface you're binding to on your host operating system. And then the second port is going to be the container port that you want to expose. In the case of OWASP View Shop, the recommended port is 3000 on both ends. So we say 3000, and we then specify the Docker ID, image ID, and hit enter. All right, so we'll wait for that. And it's going to say all dependencies are satisfied. So it gives us some output and tells us the server is now listening on port 3000. All right, so now to test this, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get my server IP. And again, I can do that really simply. Let me just do that right now. All right, so I have my server IP address, and this is just a VPS, so that will not be available. Once I'm done with it, I'll just delete it after. So again, I'll just hit in the IP here and the port 3000, and there we are. OWASP View Shop is set up without installing any dependencies, doing any of the configuration and all of the the deployment deployment techniques, and installing dependencies, setting up the database. And I immediately can host this for a CTF, or if I want to learn about specific vulnerabilities, I can set this up multiple times, right? So I can also set up multiple other containers on other ports. For example, if I go back to my terminal here, and let's say I close this, but before I do that, I want to run this in a detached state. So if I list my my current containers, you see I've exited from the container. So if I reload this, you'll see that this will not be active now. So let's say I also want to run the same image under the port 3000 on and I want to run it in a detached mode so that the container is left running, and I can also deploy other images. So I can say Docker run, specify in a detached mode, and that's going to run it. And now once it's set up, I should be able to access it. So we'll give it a few seconds to set up the environment, because it does need to set up various options in the background. So there we are. And OWASP View Shop is now running. And then I can also run my other images like Kali if I'm using the tools there. So I can say Docker run, and again I can then run the Kali image or ParrotOS, for example. So Docker run, and I can say IT RM, paste that in there, bin, and bash. And now I can run multiple containers at the same time. So you can see I'm currently running Parrot, and I'm also running OWASP View Shop. So it really is fantastic and much more efficient than running multiple VMs, right? So again, I can use this, and when I'm done, I just hit exit, and that container is not persistent, so it gets deleted immediately. I don't need to do anything else. And there we are. So again, the Docker OWASP View Shop container is running. So again, I can just get the container ID, and they say docker container stop, paste in the ID, and I hit enter, and now that container has been deleted because I stopped it, and now OS View Shop is not running anymore. So it really is quite awesome. All right, that being said, let's take a look at one more other vulnerable environment here, Docker images, and how to set it up, which is the damn vulnerable web application, which really is fantastic. So I'll just search for it right over here. And I'll also show you a few other awesome things you can do with the Docker Hub before we conclude this presentation. So DVWA, right? And I just hit enter, and you have plenty of images that have been set up by many people. So again, if we click on this one right here, which is the one I use, you can see it gives you options as to how you can run it. You can also specify or change the MySQL password. So running it is very, very simple. We need to run it in a detached mode and then specify the port. So again, I'll just say, we'll just say docker run, and I'll just copy the image ID for the damn vulnerable web application here. And I'll say this is going to be in detached mode, and I want to get rid of this container when I'm done, and then specify the port. So before I actually paste in the ID here, I'll just specify the port. So we're exposing port 80 and port 80 there, and we then specify the image ID, and just confirm that that's the way to deploy it. And you can also again then expose the MySQL database if you're going to be attacking that as well. So I'm going to hit enter, and that's going to run in the background. So docker PSA. You can see it's been up for 2 seconds, and it's exposed on your server port right there. So again, if we just load this on port 80 now, just going to hit enter. We're going to give that a few seconds, and there we are. Damn vulnerable web application is already set up, and it's now asking us to create or reset the database. So I'm just going to say create here, and it's going to say the database was created, and we can now log in to the damn vulnerable web application. I'm just going to log in with the default credentials, and I believe they are admin and password, and immediately we have set up a vulnerable web application that we can use for lessons, for learning about vulnerabilities. So for example, command injection. Let's see, if I want to run a few commands here, I can say cat etc password, and you can see it's telling us we've entered the incorrect IP. So if we modify the security here, I just want to demonstrate that you can actually perform these, you can test these vulnerabilities with a high amount of security. So again, we can then say, run the following command cat etc password to display the password file, and there we are. So you can really use Docker in multiple ways for bug bounty hunting and pen testing. In this particular presentation, I've just gone over how to set it up, for how to set up your environment, your tools, and then of course I've been talking about how to set up, your vulnerable environments that again you can use for lessons and many other things. So again, you have access to multiple vulnerabilities here, file inclusion, again, so you can click on file 1, and then again it tells you your IP and stuff like that. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. All right, so thank you very much for having me during this presentation. I really appreciate the welcome. And again, if you have any questions regarding this presentation, you can reach me on Twitter under Hackersploit, and that is you can reach me there and send me any of your messages. If you have any questions, again, you can reach me on my Twitter handle, which is Hackersploit. And thank you very much for watching this presentation, and yeah, have a great day.
Okay. So, so, so finally, it's a wrap on day one. This was our final speaker, Mr. Hackersploit Alexis Ahmed. I hope you enjoyed his talk. He was great. His voice clarity, his presentation, his speaking skills, everything are just next level. So I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned many things from it. So, as I said, it's a wrap, and here we have it all on our first day, only on day one. Okay, so here is our day one. We are concluding it, and I would like to thank everyone who just enjoyed the session, and I hope you learned everything that's been taught here. And I know I have a pretty surety that you didn't know something which was taught in this session, because there should be something that is new to you. Yeah, I know that. Okay, so I thank everyone that who joined this talk, especially the audience. You were great. Your energy was great, and I hope you will learn this talks. You will apply this knowledge to some productive level. You will practice it and appreciate the work of our speakers. Okay, and next, I would like to thank our sponsors, mainly all the sponsors that are here with us in this conference for their efforts and everything that they are offering here, being helpful to us, and everyone that is being involved in this. And next, especially, I would like to thank our team members. Without them, this event wouldn't have been possible. Especially Mr. Pratik Dabi for his initiative, and then Mr. Ritik Sahani, aka Deep Tech, and then Ishan Singh, then our infra guys, SpeedX, and then Mudal Chavara. All of them, we are just great, very frank, and very helpful people. We enjoyed a lot. We are already enjoying the event for hosting it ourselves. So this is it for today. But don't forget to please join us tomorrow, because this was day one. Half the thing is done. Half conference is left, and I want complete participation who came here tomorrow also, and invite more people tomorrow. I expect double audience tomorrow, and many great people, many different topics, many interesting topics are going to be taught tomorrow. So let's meet tomorrow again, and thank you for joining this conference. We hope you enjoyed it, and everyone that is involved, I hope everyone will join again next. So thank you so much. Thank you everyone. Have a great day ahead, and good night. So thank you.